the first question was, why do we need to use Adobe Illustrator? We have two types of images, raster image and vector image. Raster image, if you resize it, it loses its quality. Vector image, how much you resize it, it doesn't affect anything on it. It means it doesn't lose its quality. What does it mean? When you resize the vector image, it generates pixels, colors as well. If you resize the raster image, you will see it loses its quality because it doesn't generate any pixels. You can see the colors are broken and it doesn't look good. If you are trying to design something for printing, for branding, for example, you are trying to create a banner which is in 6 meters, 6 by 6, or 6 by 3. If you design it in raster image and then you scale it to 6 by 3 meters and print it, it will look rubbish. But if you design it in vector and you resize it, doesn't matter if it is 6 by 3 or if it is 12 by 6. It doesn't lose its quality. First it's going to say welcome to Illustrator. Thank you, you're welcomed. Then they have given you some template sizes like A4, postcard, web large, iPhone X, HDV, and customize your size. If you like to design it for your mobile, for posters, whatever it is, you can customize size from here. Here are some of my recent projects which I have made, but when you install it for the first time, you are not going to see all these things. It will be empty. But when you're starting your projects one by one, they will be appeared here. Then we have create new project and open. Open is used when you already have a project, closed it for some reasons. It means you have done 50% or 60% of its work, then stopped it, and you have planned that I'm going to complete it the next day. You can open your project. Or you have a template, you want to edit something, you can open that template and you can edit it. First, let's come to the new. In new window, same, we have recent sizes that you made, not projects, saved sizes, mobile size, web size, print size, film and video, art and illustration. You can find all the sizes here, but still some people who are lazy like me, I don't want to go to all these menus. I have all these presets here. First of all, preset detail, my project name is new project. Width, I can set the weights in points, picas, inches, millimeter, centimeters, and pixels. Mostly I use pixels because digitally we are working in pixels. Width 1920, height 1080, HD pixels. How much artboards? One artboard, yes. That's it. For now, we only need to know about these things to create a project. Create, and voila, your project is created. Now let's go a bit further. This class of us is mostly about interface. And how does it look? I have a lot of things here. Suppose I don't have this. I don't have this. Same here. All these things. If someone is new to Adobe Illustrator and he or she doesn't see anything on his or her screen, he or she will be shocked that, how can I work on this? Don't worry. Or if someone delete or canceled all these panels from your interface or workspace, you can bring them back. From where? I have window here. If you go to window, there are a lot of menus or panels. You can bring them from here, like toolbar. Do you need advanced toolbar or basic toolbar? I need advanced. I need everything here. I can drag it from here to the corner of my screen, so it will be snapped there. I can minimize it or maximize it. Then I can bring all those panels which I use mostly. For example, appearance. I can bring it like on the right side of my panel. Then colors, yeah, this much is enough. Suppose if I close this window, all these things will be disappeared. Same old, like nothing will be here, nothing will be here. What should I do then? I can save this workspace. Go to Window. I have Workspace. We have New Workspace. If you click on New Workspace, write your name like My Workspace. Okay. Now if I cancel it, all of them, and go back to my workspace. Where is my workspace? Here. Click on it. Nothing. Why? Because it's already selected. Then we have another option. Go to workspace. Reset my workspace. When it is reset, it will go back to the saved one. Like if I see here, I have my workspace saved here. If I click on painting, all of these things will be changed. Go to the painting panels. If I come back to my workspace, it will come back to my own workspace. So this was how your workspace works, how it's interfaced. Like you can edit your interface from preferences, go to general. There are a bunch of things you can work with, or you can set your setting, but it's not our preferences class. When the preferences class comes, I will teach all these things, necessary things. There are a lot of things which are really good that you can use in your workflow, like units, guides, interface, how your interface looks. There are a lot of things that you can work with. So this was our first class. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was about Adobe Illustrator, why do we use it, and how its workspace looks. I hope you guys liked it. If you have any comments you can give me, or if you need anything that I can change in my teaching, still you can comment it, and I will work on it too. And if you think this course will be benefits for some of your friends, you can share it with them and let them come here and teach graphic designing from basic to advanced. So you guys have something in hand to do some action in Illustrator. Let's come to our artboard. So this is our artboard. We talked about creating it in our previous lesson. Here on the left side you have tools. This is the advanced mode. In basic you may not have all these tools, but if you cancel it and go to the window, toolbars, you can see advanced and basic. If you click on basics, there are specific tools, but if you go to the window again, tools and advanced, you can see all the tools which are in Adobe Illustrator. This was the first thing. The second, if you over on the tool, whichever tool you over on, or you bring your mouse on it, you can see its name plus its shortcut key. Its name is Selection Tool and its shortcut key is V. Its name is Direct Selection Tool and its shortcut key is A. Pen Tool P, Rectangle Tool M, Rotate Tool R. So you can learn their shortcuts as well. You guys should know, whenever you guys play with shortcuts, your work is really effective, you can impress people, and you can work fast. So the third thing, when you see all these tools, you can observe some of them has this small little arrow and some of them doesn't. Why is that? Because some of the tools have more tools. If I come here, it doesn't have any arrow, it means it is the single tool. There's nothing more, anything like Selection Tool. But when you come to the second one, click and hold your left click on your mouse, you can see there are two more tools. Now when you see these three, they don't have any other tool inside of them. But when you come to the pen tool, click and hold left click on your mouse, you can see there are four other tools but related to pen tool. Nothing extra, all of them are related to pen tool. When you come to the rectangular tool, all of them are related to shapes. When you come to the type tool, all of them are related to type tool. So this is the thing. Now first we're going to start from Selection Tool. What is Selection Tool used for? It's a silly question, I know. Selection tool, from its name, we can understand that it is used for selection. Do we have anything here to select? No. For that, we need to create some shapes. First, we're gonna go with this simple rectangle. Let's change its color. Selection tool, from its name, we can understand that we can select and deselect the object. When I click wherever on the artboard, it deselects my object or shape. When I click back on the object, now it is selected. The first thing, select and deselect. The second thing selection tool does is moving the object or moving the shape. Click and drag wherever you want. You can move your object anywhere on your artboard. So this was the second thing. First was selection, second one is moving, the third one is transforming. You can see these points. When I move when I hover my mouse or my cursor on these points, you can see my cursor changes. When I click and drag, I can scale it horizontally. Scale back and scale more. So this was scaling horizontally or increasing its width. When I go to the top point, I can scale it vertically or I can scale its height. Scale up and scale down. 2 points. The third one, when you go to the corner, now you can scale both vertically and horizontally. You can see I can scale up the height and scale down the width. So I can scale horizontally and vertically in the same time. The fourth thing in transform is rotating. How can I rotate it? Go to the corner, move a little bit more, you can see its cursor changes again. Now when I click and drag, I can rotate this object now. So we learned 3 things so far: selection, moving and transforming the object. Now let's come to the 4th usage of the selection tool. Let's create the object again. Select your selection tool. When you see your object, in some objects you can observe these circles next to the corners. Why do we need them? We can make their corners round from those circles. Mostly in previous versions, Illustrator didn't have this option. Now we can do that. When you drag it back, you can make it linear, or we can call it Bezier and linear. One thing you guys should know: when you guys are creating a shape, you can create or draw a shape into 2 ways. First, click and drag, and second, click on the artboard, the window will appear. It will ask for the height and width. For example, 100 pixels and 100 pixels. Now this is a perfect square. Why? Because we put the pixels, 100 pixels width and 100 pixels height. Now if I want to scale this shape and I don't want to lose the square, so it's not a rectangle or it's not a cylinder type of thing, whenever you do that, mostly you will mess it up. There are 2 options. First, it is Smart Guide. You can see the pink color line. I see it pink. I don't know what color you guys see it, red or magenta. And these are the guidelines. They guide you. They are smart guides. They will tell you that now it's a perfect square. Now the second technique is, which is very easy: hold your shift, drag it. Now your object will not lose its shape. It's this perfect square. How much you want to resize it, you can see the numbers here. Width is the same, height is the same. Still, width and height are the same. Leave it and that's it. So now it was the 4th thing, I think. Through selection tool, we can duplicate our object. How? Hold the Alt key on your keyboard. You can see the cursor changes when I release the Alt key.
It's a normal shape. When I hold the Alt, you can see the cursor changes. Now click and drag. Still, the Smart Guide will help you that now both of them are aligned horizontally. Leave it. Now there are two things, or there are two shapes. Same, click and drag. Now there is another thing added. First line will show it that now it is in perfect horizontal lines, and the below one, which tells you guys 80 pixels, it will tell you guys the exact space between two first squares. Release it, same size or same distance. Let's go to the fourth one. Same 80 pixels, no changes. Now this was the benefits of using Smart Guides. You can turn Smart Guides off as well. Go to the view. Where are the Smart Guides? Here is the Smart Guide. Click on it, move it. You won't see any Smart Guides. If you want to see them, go to view, take it back. Now you can see the Smart Guides. There is another way of duplicating your objects in same distance, same size as well. How? Let's delete the first or the second three objects. Let's resize it. Hold your shift so you don't use your square. Hold Alt first, copy it. Now the tricky thing is hold Control, click D. It's gonna do the same action again. Click D. Same, I have, I don't know, 15 blocks. Now hold or select all of them. Hold Alt, bring them down. Hold Shift as well so I don't mess up. Now you guys can see I duplicated all of them. Now when I hold Alt, press D, it repeats my action. The last action I did, I mean. So select all of them and bring it up. You can see we created some illusions as well. When you watch this part, the other corners will look a little bit darker. Now selecting multiple objects, still we have two ways. You can click and drag, select all of them, or you can click one, hold Shift, click this one, this one, this one, this, and I want to select randomly. You guys can see the centers are marked because these objects are selected. When I go to the colors, change its color to red, you can see my only objects which were selected, they change their colors. Today we are going to talk about the second tool, which is Direct Selection Tool. The first question for you guys. When we have Selection Tool, why do we need to use, or why do we need to have another selection tool which is named Direct Selection Tool? What are the benefits of having two selection tools? For answering this question, let's come to our screen. Same, first we need to have a shape. Perfect shape, hold your Shift and release it. With Selection Tool, you can move the whole object wherever you want. You can make your corners like in previous lessons we talked about by dragging these circles, making it a perfect circle, or making it busier, or making the corners round. However you want to say it, doesn't matter. But when you come to the Direct Selection Tool, click on it, there's one benefit. You can move each vertex individually. When I click on this top right corner, first click it to get selected, and then when I move it, I can replace it wherever I want, only a single vertex. If I click on this, I can move it wherever I want. If I select two vertex, first select one, then hold your Shift, select the second one, still you can replace these two vertex. First thing, you can move the vertex, each and every vertex individually. The second, when I select, when you go to the Selection Tool and click on the objects, if you make the corner round, all the corners will get rounded. But when you come to the Direct Selection Tool, click on a single vertex, click and drag the circle, you can make only one corner rounded. So this is the plus point. You can make two as well. Click on the direct selection, select one corner, select second corner, click and drag. You can make it busier or make them busier because we selected two corners, or we can select this corner with this one, hold and drag. I can make a leaf, or I can make a, I don't know, an eye, I think. Sometimes or mostly we don't need to use two or need to have two selection tools. Now let's create some shapes with the help of direct selection tool. First, let's make the fill white and only have the borders. Resize it by selection tool, hold your shift, and I want to do one thing more. Hold Alt, click and drag, hold shift as well so you do not use your line. Leave it here. Again, click this one, press Alt, move it right side and here. Now let's select the direct selection tool. Let me select these 2 points and bring them here, and let's select these 2 points and bring them here. You have a box. You created a box very easily. You can see it looks 3D. You created a 3D box in a 2D environment with the help of direct selection tool. Now if I resize it with selection tool, select all of them, resize it, you can lose its shape as well because we have in a different perspective. The previous box was in a totally different perspective. Because we don't want to lose our shape, we need to scale it with direct selection tool, or we need to move the vertex with direct selection tool. I want to select all these down vertices and hold the one vertex, hold your shift, bring it down. You can see the perspective doesn't affect in our transforming the object. Let's select all these 3 boxes or 3 shapes, because you know all of them are different rectangles came together and we made a box. Make a duplicate of it, go back to the direct selection tool, select all these vertices, hold your shift, make it small, again selection tool, select all of them, press shift. So you want to scale it up a little bit, bring it on top of the first box. You can see we gave it a cap or hat or whatever you want to say. For not losing our shape, we do what we want to make them group. So select all the shapes, right click on it. You can see now there is an option for grouping. Click on it. Now when you click or select a single rectangle shape, all the object gets selected. So hold Alt, bring it here, scale it down. Now there is a large shape and a small shape. This was creating with the help of direct selection tool. Let's do something else. There are dozens of things you can do with the help of direct selection tool. You can move any point of your shape wherever you want. You can create a box, you can create an egg, you can create a mango. Yeah, you guys can create a mango. Let's come to the rectangle shape first, or maybe a circle. Circle is also a rectangle. If you create a rectangle and move all the shapes points. Now when I click on the direct selection tool, select 2 middle points, bring them down, or bring this down as well, bring it down. Now it's an egg. There's another thing, when your corners are bezier and you guys have selected your direct selection tool, you can see these handles. When you hover on it, you can see it's a handle. Now it's an anchor point. This is the path and this is the handle. Handle changes the direction of your curve. If I move my handle, you can see I give more tension to my curve. If I move it up, I can bring my curves up first and down. If I come back to our anchor point, the Bezier effects finishes. Now the second corner or the second handle, bring it back to the first point. Now you can see it's a linear line. You can play with it. You can also create a mango. For example, let's create a mango circle. Okay, let's come to the direct selection tool. Select these anchor points, bring it a little bit up, and click on this anchor point. Do it like this or maybe like this. Yeah, this is okay. Bring it a little bit closer. Now it's a mango. Let's color it yellow, maybe yellow or orange. We can create a leaf as well. For example, let's create a rectangle first. Go to direct selection tool, click these 2 points, bring them down, color it green, dark green maybe. We have magic wand tool and lasso tool. Let's talk about magic wand tool first. For demonstrating magic wand tool, we need to have shapes, like let's create multiple shapes. Let's change some of the colors. Hold shift, select randomly, change the color, maybe to this one. Let's select more, change the color to yellow, I guess. Now we have multiple colors. With selection tool, we can select each and every one of them individually. When I want to select all of them, I click and drag, make a selection so all of them are selected. What if I want to select only the yellow ones? Now here comes the magic wand tool. Click on the magic wand tool, click on the yellow, all the yellow shapes will be selected. Delete it, got deleted. Click on the red or magenta, or the magenta colors will be deleted. So this is the usage of magic wand tool. It selects objects which are in the same color hue or color tone. Let's do some changes. What if this maroon is a little bit reddish, this one is a little bit more darker, and this one is maybe here. What do you think? Are these three also going to be selected or not when I click with the magic wand tool on this one? Guess. Let's try it. When I click on this one, all of them will be selected because they are in the same hue. Hue means when you come to the colors, this is the hue. But with the different shades, shades means here it's brighter, here it's darker, until the color is not totally lost. If I change this one to this color, and now when I click on the magic wand tool, select this one will not be selected. Delete all these four, but this will stay. Why? Because its hue got changed. In these four, these two are in the same shade. This one is a little bit brighter, this one is a little bit darker, but in the same hue. This one, now it looks a little bit pinkish. It means it's not in the same hue anymore. It's not gonna get selected. So yeah, magic wand tool is used to select multiple colors or multiple shapes with the same color, multiple shapes with the same color but different tones, different shades. These were the two usages of magic wand tool. Now let's talk about lasso tool as well. We have magic wand tool, lasso tool. Lasso tool is also used for selecting the objects. But how? When I want to select these two, I'm gonna draw a shape or a lasso, and all those two shapes are inside my selection. These two are selected. When I want to select these four, I draw it and they get selected. What if I'm gonna draw like this, but a little bit of this shape as well? Do you guys think it's gonna be selected? Yeah, because whenever I draw a shape, whatever is inside or whatever touches the border of my selection, they get selected. So this is the usage of lasso tool. There's nothing much in lasso tool. This was how we can use our magic wand tool and lasso tool. When you hold left click of your mouse on the pen tool, you can see there are 4 tools, but still all of them are related to pen tool. We can use them whenever we want, whenever is needed, but first we're going to start with the pen tool. When you select the pen tool, it means you have the power of creating any shape however you want it. For doing so, let's change its color to white maybe. First we're going to click. Now this is the first point of our shape. Click here, click here, here. This is how I can create a shape like I created F, maybe like this, however you want it. Still, when you come to the direct selection tool, when you select whichever anchor point, you can make it bezier or you can make it round. So this was the F I created with the pen tool. How pen tool works? First you're gonna start from one point, go to wherever or however your shape looks. At the end, you're gonna come back to the point you started it. There are 2 types of illustrations you can do with pen tool. You can create closed objects or you can create open path objects. For example, if I click here, this is closed path, and when I go here and do not come back to the point where I started and press skip, now this is a open path object. What are the difference? We're gonna cover all these things over upcoming videos, but now we're gonna talk about our pen tool. So this was the basic shape creation of pen tools. Now we can do one thing more with pen tool. Suppose I clicked here and let's go to this point. I click and hold the left click on the mouse or left click off the mouse and I drag it. You can see I created a bezier line. And if I hold shift, so the handles are in a straight line, they do not loses their direction. Release it. Now when I start the second line, you can see I already have the curve. When I click here and do not drag it, till this point it is bezier, but the next line won't be because there isn't any curved handle or curve handle, so you can play with it. And if I click here and then click here, my object is closed. 2 anchor points are curved, 3 anchor points. Let's click on the middle anchor point. You can see I have handles both ways, but when I click here, you can see this curve is came by this handle. There isn't any handle here because we just clicked, we did not drag. If I would have dragged, it would look like this. I have handles everywhere but here. One handle there isn't here because in the start I just clicked. I didn't click and drag. When you click and drag from start, your anchor point already have the curving handles. Here, wherever you want. Now this shape is all curvy shape. Whichever point you select, you can see there are handles everywhere. What if I click here, I click and drag here, I want the curve here, but I don't want the curve on the next line. So I do what? I come back after dragging the line and releasing the mouse, come back and click here. It will lose its effect of being a curvy line. So now it's a straight line. Still I'm gonna create a bezier here, maybe like this. Come back to here, click on it. This curve stays the same, but in your next line you won't have any curve. So this was the 3 ways of creating shapes: linear shape, half bezier shape, full bezier shape, whatever you want. So this is the shape I created. What if I want the curve here now, after completing the object? Here we gonna click and hold the left click. I can see the anchor point tool. When I select the anchor point tool, now come to the anchor point, click and drag. You can see I put a curve there. Here, put a curve here, and put a curve here. Here as well. What are the other two tools of anchor point tool? The second one is add anchor point tool. The third one is delete anchor point tool. Select the add anchor point tool, come on the path, click here, they will add the anchor point here. Click here, they will add the anchor point here as well, here, and here as well. Now when I click select the direct selection tool, bring it down, bring it up, wherever you want, you can play with it how much you want it. Same like adding anchor point tool, the opposite is delete anchor point tool. Select the delete anchor point tool, come to this point or this point, click on it, it will get deleted. You can also do all these things with the simple pen tool as well. When I select the pen tool, let's come on the path and you can see there's a plus mark now, plus sign. Click on it, it will add. Click on it, add another anchor point. When I come here on the anchor point which is already existed, now there is a subtraction sign or subtraction mark, symbol, whatever you say. Click on it, they will delete that point. But the anchor point tool, which is used for adding curves to the lines, you need to hold the Alt. When you hold the Alt and then click and drag, you can add the curves. Now let's start with the real usages of pen tool. Suppose there is a logo in a really poor quality. You can see the logo is in not a good quality. We cannot use it for printing or branding because if I increase its size, it will lose its quality more than this. So here we can use our pen tool to recreate this logo which is already existed. How? First, I'm gonna start from a point where I wanna create this logo and I wanna end it there as well. For doing that, there should be a layer section. If there isn't, go to the window, come to the layers. Yeah, here's the layer. In layer, you can see the layer 1. We're gonna have a full video on layer, but right now we just need to work on our pen tool, so skip everything whatever I say. But there are 2 layers. First we're gonna create a new layer. Our first layer is the shape I have or the logo we have. The second layer is for creating another logo or illustrating it back or tracing it back. Select this one, go to the or click on these three lines, come to the template, click on it. Now we can't use it, we can't move it. It's like a stuck image, because sometimes whenever we are creating or illustrating something, whenever there are two layers, mistakenly we move the first layer or the second layer, so half of the shape is created and half of the shape is somewhere else. Maybe we mess it up. So that's why we're gonna make a template so this image or logo does not move anymore. Come back to our pen tool. You cannot draw anything. Why? Because the layer which you make a template is selected. Select the second one. Now I want to start it from here. Click here. Now let's come to here. Click and drag. Create the curve how it is. If you guys are seeing this fill color and you don't want it, come to the fill, click on this none, so only stroke will be remained and the fill will be gone. Now come click here, same, you're gonna trace it. Whenever there's like this linear, do not click and drag, so you do not put any bezier handles unnecessarily. Whenever you need it, click and drag, so you guys have your bezier handles. Come click here. I can still move the handles. I just do the first half because the second one is almost duplicated. I'm gonna hold and drag Alt, right click on it, go to transform, reflect it vertically, vertically, and come to this point, or maybe here is okay, but I just need to move these two anchor points. And the head is remained. We're gonna create another layer, hide this one. I'm going to create the head. Go to pen tool, click here, this changes color so we can understand well, and hide this one, reveal all these two. Now we need to use another tool before its class, because we need to cut the head from the logo or from the first we have. Select both the head and the feather from which you want to cut the head off. Go to the shape builder, hold Alt to change it to minus or subtraction, click and drag so you guys delete these two shapes, and here is the logo you guys created. Now bring it here, right click, make it a group, reveal this one as well, click on this one. Now there is no need to be template. Click on this one, click on the eyedropper tool so we copy the color. Now we have two logos, the first one which was original and the second one which we created. So this is how you're gonna recreate the logo. The benefits of our logo is how much we resize it, it's not going to lose its quality. We can use it for printing, we can use it for branding, we can use it for whatever we want. Or maybe you guys copied a logo, it's illegal as well if it's not your logo. Now if I resize this one, you can see it's not the same one anymore. Curvature tool is also like pen tool but with a slight difference. Let's come to the screen of our computer and see how it works. This is pen tool. We draw the logo. If you guys haven't seen that video, go to our previous video, watch it. It's really necessary. You need to know about pen tool. But when we talk about curvature tool, how curvature tool is used? Curvature tool and pen tool has a slight difference. In pen tool, we put the anchor point, the bezier handles at the same time. But in curvature tool, we put all the anchor points first, then we're gonna work the curves or with the curve angles. Curve handles. I have a simple Batman logo. Select your pen tool, click on all of the points you can see. Now come back to the point where we started. So all the points are selected. The first one is done. Now putting the curves, let's click on the curvature tool. Let's change its shape to, or its color from fill to stroke, so we can see what is happening. With curvature tool, I need to make this line curvy like this. So I need to do what? Put a point there, click and drag to the point we wanted. Put a point here and put another point here. We can move the points. So now this is your Batman logo. It's not as perfect as the first one, but you guys got the idea how the curvature tool works. In pen tool, we do what? Click and put the bezier handles or bezier points at the same time. But with curvature tool, we put the points or anchor points first, then we are going to put the curves or bezier lines. Now our classes are getting interesting. A tool which is mostly used in every design of yours, whether it is still image design, video editing, motion graphic, whatever it is, mostly we use this tool, which is in type tool. When you hover on it, you can see the shortcut key of type tool is T, and when you click and hold your left click on your mouse, you can see there are many other tools related to type tool, which will be discussed in this video, or maybe in part 2 if we cannot finish it in this video, or if it is too much for you guys. I'll just make it in 2 parts. First, we're gonna start from type tool, the first one. When you select the type tool, your cursor gonna change. They're gonna give you the option to type something. There are 2 ways of typing. Click and you can type whatever you want, or you can say this is our graphic design course, which is started from Adobe Illustrator, and we will cover other designing software as well. This is the first way of writing, and the second one is click and drag. So you can create a text box for yourself. You can specify the borders till which area you can go or till which area you can write, then it will jump back to the first line. When you create the first text box, or whenever you create text boxes, they will give you some dummy text. I can write my own paragraph again, and this time I'm gonna not hit enter like before when I wrote this is our
graphic design course which is started from. Then I pressed enter to come back to the next line, and here text box. Let's see what's gonna happen. This is our graphic design course which is started from. Now when I wrote Adobe, it will directly jump back to the start of the second line because you have specified the borders. Till this area you can go, and then you're gonna jump back to the first line. First advantage of having text box. Now the second advantages of having text box is hyphenation. In text boxes, if you guys have seen dictionaries or other text boxes like novels, in each line you can see that there is a word which is half written in half in the other line with the hyphenation. You guys probably know what is hyphenation. It can only happen in text box when you create or specify the borders. You cannot do it when you're writing freehandedly. Still, you can just write it and put a hyphen, then enter, come back to the second line. It will be manual, but you cannot do it usually. This is the second plus point of having text box. Now, the third thing, let me copy all these things and paste it again. I can rewrite, or I can copy the paragraph from somewhere else and paste it in our text box. The next plus point is you have specified the borders. It cannot cross this border unless they will give you this red sign that your text box is small but your paragraph is too much. It cannot be fit here. You can do two things: decrease the font size or increase text box size. If I come to my text box, hold Control, and I increase the size of my text box, you can see the text is slowly getting appeared. I don't know till where, yeah, till here. So this is my paragraph which is crossed from my artboard. So this is my paragraph. You can see it's all over till the end of my artboard, or 2 lines more as well. Now I can do the next thing. Select everything, click here, press Ctrl plus A, select all. I can decrease the size. So here are the two ways of typing with the type tool. You can type freehandedly and you can type with the text box. Second thing, when I resize this, my only text box gets resized. Not my text, not my font size, but when I resize the freehanded text or whatever you call, I don't know, but it will increase or decrease the font size. If I hold shift and then resize it, you can see the font style is not getting destroyed, or it doesn't have any effects on it, but my whole text gets bigger. But in text box, nothing happens. It only increases the text box size, not the font size. This was the third or fourth difference between writing in text box and writing freehandedly. This was the first thing about writing with type tool. The second thing is, let's write something. Now let's come to the control bar. From here, I can change its color. You can see it's gray, green, blue, black, or whichever color I want. From here, I can add stroke, like let's do it red. Yeah. The next option is stroke. I can increase or decrease the stroke size. We can look at stroke in details, maybe in shapes or somewhere else, but I will show you guys a little bit in type tool as well. If you guys decrease this or increase the stroke to 2 points and click on the strokes, there are other options related to stroke that where your stroke should be. These things are going to be covered in line or whenever we are creating open path shapes or closed path shapes. All these things will make sense there. Here, if I click on the here or on the third one, no change is going to happen here because it is not related to closed path shapes. It is related to open path because it is cap. Cap comes at the end of a line or somewhere which is not closed. Then corners, rounded corner, bevel corner. I think we can check that here. Fit effects, yeah. So this is bevel corner, this is rounded corner, or this is miter corner. Then we have align stroke. I can do it outside the text, inside the text, or in the middle. Not in the text but in the shape. If I convert this type or text into the shape, then I can do all these changes. But now it can only happen in the middle, or it only affects in the middle of the path. In our type tool, there is no path. You guys may know what is path. If I create a shape here, or change its color to blue or white, and stroke to none. This is a path. I can move with direct selection tool. I can change the vertex or anchor point locations. But in type tool, there is no path in here. So for changing its path or for creating the path from a type tool, we need to change or convert from type to shape. Before doing that, let's do the stroke thing in here. Now it's inside. Before, when we were making changes in align strokes, this is in the middle. You can see this is the path. Now the stroke is in the middle of the path, then inside the path, and then outside the path. It can only happen in the shapes, remember that. If you guys are working with type, the stroke won't affect in the middle, inside or outside. Before that, right click on it, create outline. Now you can see your text is changed to the outline or shape. The first advantages of it, you can add strokes wherever you want. But disadvantages, you cannot make changes in your text anymore. Like if you have misspelled something here and you change it to outline or created outline from it, now you cannot do anything. You can just move the letters or move your shapes inside or outside, but you cannot change H into J or K or whichever letter you want. Now if you apply stroke, and you can see that outside, inside, in the middle, all of these things are gonna go smoothly. As I told you guys, stroke will be covered in details in upcoming classes, but right now we are talking about type tool. Now this variable weight profile belongs to stroke. If I do not have stroke, I do not have this. If I add stroke, you can see your variable weight profile appears. From here you can change its stroke shape, that how would you like your stroke to be, whether you want it thin in the middle or bold in the middle, thin in at the end or start of the stroke. You can change everything here like this and like that. Still, whichever you select, you cannot add any changes. You know what? The same reason, because now it's type. You do not have any path, you do not have the start point or end point here. You just need to convert it to outline. That's the first rule. Then it's gonna affect on it. Then we have opacity. I can decrease or increase its opacity. Then we have characters. Now let's come to the character. First, increase our opacity back to the 100, and let's get rid of the stroke. Before we jump to the characters, let's come and cover the font family, font style, and font size. From here you can select whichever font family you like or you have installed, or maybe your brand font, you can use it in here. So let's come to the, I don't know, BIOS 93 maybe. Then we have the regularity. Here you can change its font style. Some font family has font styles, most of them does not. What is font family? You guys may have seen regular fonts, italic fonts, bold fonts, black fonts. If you come back to the font family, some of them has numbers, like you can see 4, 2, 91, 10. These numbers shows that
the fonts which has numbers has font families as well. If you come to the Arial, click on it. Now in front of Arial, letter 6 was written. If you come here, 1 2 3 4 5 6 font styles are there. If you come to the, which one was it, this one, Acumen variable concept, 91. If you come to the font style, 91 font styles are here in a single font family. Mostly we usually use Arial, then we have regular, narrow, italic, bold, bold italic, and black. Then we have font size. We can increase or decrease size from here, which is obvious, or you can write it like 100. Then we have paragraphs. What's paragraph? We're gonna cover back in our text box. If I write something, this is our first graphic design course, which is started from Adobe Illustrator software and will cover other software as well. If you come to the paragraph section, only align left, align center, and align right will affect here. Align left means you can start from left side and it will go to the right side, or run to the right side, however you're gonna say it. Center, if you click center and write something in here, it will start from center and move both sides of the line. And if you click on the right, it will start from right and move to the left. But the thing which is not gonna affect is justify. Justify with last line, align left, center, right, or in the middle. These things will not affect on the text which you have written freehandedly or which is not written in your text box. If I wanna do changes in these justifies, I need to have a text box first. I'm gonna write a text box, copy all, paste it in here, resize it. Yeah. Look, it's aligned to the left, align right, align center. First, I'm gonna do is delete these spaces or enters. If you wanna get rid of these hyphenations, there is a section or checkbox for hyphenation, automatic hyphenation. You can turn it off, then there is no hyphenation there. And now when I click on justify with last, so you can see all the letters are justified related to our text box size. Then center, it will be center, right, or in the middle. The last line will be all over the line, or the last line will cover the whole line, whether it is a single word or two words, or I don't know. So this is the left side space. If you increase it, your left side space will increase, and this is the right side space. And this is the indent. You know the indent in the start of the paragraph. The first line gonna have indent or space more than the other lines. Then we have paragraph, a space before paragraph and space after paragraph. Here we have only one paragraph. If I copy it and enter, paste. Now you can see if I go back to the paragraph, increase the space. Before paragraph, you can see before paragraph space gonna increase, and after paragraph still. If I increase this, it's gonna increase the space after this paragraph, or if I increase this, it will increase the space before this paragraph, whether you increase the first one or whether you increase the second one. So this was the paragraph. Let's come back to the characters. In our characters, first you're going to see the font family, then you're going to see the font size, style, sorry, then you're going to see the font size. These three are covered in here too. Then we have line spaces or leadings. If I increase this while selected the paragraph or line which has 2 lines or 3 lines, if I click on this or then go back to the characters or increase the line spacing, nothing will happen because there is a single line. We do not have a second line to increase the space between 2 lines, or you can add it to auto. Then we have set the kerning between 2 characters. Let's see, or we have written T. If I select T, let's set the ruler as well and come to the edge of T. You can see the E has overlapped T as well. And when I click on this, go to the characters, come to the kerning section of our character, go here and make it 0, then it will not overlap. But the thing is, it will look a little bit empty as well, that T has more space than usual. We can change the kerning to auto. Then we have letter space. If I increase this, spaces between letters gonna increase. If I come and write 125, you can see spaces between letters has increased. We have letter or text height. We have text width. I want to suggest you guys, whenever you guys are increases the height, the only height or the only width of the text, first do not do that. It will destroy your text or it will lose your font style. But if you need something like that, let's put it back to 100 and 100. Like I need to increase the height of this text, I can simply do this. But the point is, when you come back to the characters, nothing changed in height, but your width changed. If you go back to the width and write 100, the same font style will recover. So don't worry about that. Whenever you increase or decrease this, you can come back to your characters. If you want to do it as it was, or if you want to do it perfectly, just come back to the letters. Both of them should be 100 vertical and horizontal. The percentage should be 100. If you put 100, then it will come back to its first shape. Then we have baseline. In baseline, suppose you are writing some chemistry formulas or something like H2O or something like 2,2 or 3,3. First, let's come to H2O. Whenever you're writing a chemical or chemistry formulas, 2 is usually a little bit smaller and lower than the other letters. You can set it from characters. I can lower its position and I can decrease its size. This is H2O. Or if you want to write power 3 power 3, I can shift its baseline or decrease its size as well. So this is 3 power 3 as well. Simple, you can write it like this as well. H2O. Let's come and select 2. Here they have given you the subscript and superscript, and you can change it from here as well. Superscript and subscript. If you click on subscript, it will come here. If you click on superscript, it will go up. Then write 3 or 33 or 3 power 3, select it, go to your characters, click on superscript or select it in here, click on this one, it will go to your superscript. Then in the character section, we have all caps. Whenever I select the text or name or whatever it is, click on it, go to your character, click on the all caps, all will change to the capital letters. But if you click on the small caps, the sizes will remain the same, but its style will change to the capital letters. You can see the G is in uppercase when I normally wrote it, but here the size remains in capital letters, but the rest of the letters are in uppercases but in smaller sizes. You can say it like that. You can do it underline or cross, strike through. Then we have here rotation. If I increase the rotation, you can see the letters are getting rotated equally. So this was all about characters. Then let's see what else has remained. If you guys have used Photoshop, you might have known this one, make envelope. If you click on it, in Illustrator, in every option box or options or dialog box, we have preview. If you click on preview, it will show how your text will look after doing some changes. If I decrease it, you can see the changes are made, but if I cancel it, nothing will happen. If I click it again and preview is not on, whatever I do, it won't appear unless I click on OK. So that's the preview kind of thing. Click here, you can change the style like this. Let's preview it. I can change it to vertical and horizontal. I can bend it more. I can change its horizon, or I can change its distortion, horizontal or vertical. So you can play with it whatever you want, whichever style, wrapping style you select, you can do changes in that wherever you want. And now we're gonna go and cover the rest of the type tools, whatever they work. The second one you can see is area type tool. If you select the area type tool, it won't type unless you have a shape in here. You can see you must click on non-compound or non-masking path to create text inside a path. So for doing so, we need to have a shape. Like if I have square or rectangle and then I click on my text area or area type tool, click in here, won't affect. Still, you need to click on your path. If you click on the path, the text will appear inside your shape. Decrease its size. Let's write something. Make copy of these things. The changes we have made in our paragraphs are still in here. I don't want that. Let's go back to the paragraph. Write 0 in all of these. Now we got rid of all the changes we made in paragraph section. Let's copy it and paste it again. So now the text is inside my rectangle shape or square. Let's do something else. Let's have an ellipse shape. Then I go back to the text area or area type tool, click here, my text will appear inside the circle. And if I decrease its size, copy it, paste it. Now you can see my text is inside the circle, the shape of circle. And let's go to the paragraph. I'll align to center. You can see how it fits in your center, or you can go to the paragraph and justify to center. Now it is fixed in a perfect circle shape. If I do one thing more, let's create another circle, make its color to white and bring it in here. Now you can see there is a hole in your text which is in a circle. So you can do that, and you can do one thing more. You can take your pen tool, create a shape, Then you go click on your text area or area type tool, click here. You can write your text inside the shape you have created with your pen tool. So this is the area type tool. You can type on line as well if it is open path. Suppose I created a shape like this and pressed skip. The shape is not closed, it's open. And let's change this fill to stroke. Now area type tool or type tool, or maybe type on a path. Now if I click on path, I can write text on a path. If you go and zoom it, you can see how well it has moved with the path. Now one thing we can work with the type on path tool. Let's create a path like this. Change it. Now select your type on path, click here, increase the size. Let's write graphics house. Whenever you write on the path, there are a few things you have access to. First, you can increase or decrease the size of your path, text on the path. Like if I increase it in here and I come here and select this one and decrease it. Now if your line is longer than the line I have written, it will do it like this. It will tell you that the area you have selected is not enough for the text you have written. I can increase it so the text will fit in my line, and I can change the location on the path. Then we have the other line in the middle. It means, do you want to write the text on the line or below the line? So I can do both ways. I can write below the line or inside the line or outside the line. It doesn't have inside outside because it's open path. We have top and bottom maybe. The same thing we can do it with the simple type tool as well. If you have a circle and you have selected only type tool, not area type tool or not type on path tool, only type tool, come here, go your path. Now it's text inside your circle, but if you hold Alt key on your keyboard, then click on it, then the text will be written on the path. So the shortcuts are there. You don't need to go here and then select area type tool or select type on path tool. You can simply write it with your simple path type tool as well. Then we have vertical type tool. If you write it, it will write it vertically. Then we have a vertical area type tool. If you have a shape or circle or whatever it is, then you go to the area type tool or vertical area type tool, click on your path. The text will be written but vertically. Now you can see this one, the type tool or area type tool, vertical area type tool are the same but rotated in 90 degrees. Then we have vertical type tool on the path, so the same thing is gonna be written vertically. The interesting thing is touch type tool. What is touch type tool? Let's write something in here like graphics house. Increase its size, hold shift. Then let's come back to your type tool and select touch type tool. With touch type tool, we can relocate, resize each and every letter of the text we have written individually. Click on a letter. There are few things you have. First, circle, you can rotate it, you can resize it, and You can resize it vertically. Let's get rid of rotation. Vertically, horizontally, vertically, both vertical and horizontal, and you can rotate it and move it as well. Let's move it in here, move A.
What is typography and why is it so necessary to use it in an accurate way in your video editing or in your still image designs? Typography is the style and appearance of your written words, not just the font style, but sometimes you need to write it bigger than the other words in the sentence. Sometimes you need to write with or is in lower font size and other in the higher font size. You need to work with that. You need to know where should I use such kind of typography. Let's come to our screen and let's see what I was talking about. This is typography. The style and appearance of your font size is typography, no matter how it looks. Then I said, keeping in mind how to write it well. Sometimes you need to write a word in lower cases, or sometimes you need to write it in upper cases. Sometimes you need to lower the font size of few letters. Sometimes you need to increase the font size of few words. If you guys have seen the text I have written in the other videos, previous videos, all of them are in upper cases. So let's come to the characters. Upper cases, first step. Second, the Fana word is in the second line, so I'm gonna increase the its font size. Let's decrease the line spaces. Now this is how it looks. If you want, you can decrease the first line, the size of the first line a little bit more. You can write it in another way as well. Let's come to the characters and put the line spaces to auto, increase or align them to center, increase the learn font size and also Fana font size, make it bold, decrease the line space, change the font style, let's go to the character. This is also a typography. I increased both sizes of the first line and the last line, or you can say first word and last word. In the middle, I decreased the word size and also changed the font style as well. Now, if you want to change it, or you want to change the first word, change it to something it looks well. This was the second thing. The third thing in typography, you can also do what, for example, let's write a code. Today's decrease font size, press or hold Shift and Alt, release it,
Let's change it font size or font style to Roboto. I mostly use Roboto medium. Select all of them, the second line, go to the characters, or you can increase it from here as well, font size. Now come to the leaders, change it to uppercases, all of them, and increase its font size. Increase line spaces too. This is also typography. Your font size, font style, the way it's written, the size you have or the style you have used, all of them are counted in typography. So this was the answer of our first question, what is typography? Now let's come to the second question, which wasn't asked in the previous video or in the start of the video. We have typeface and we have font. What's typeface and what's font? Maybe you have heard about these words. I'm sure you have heard about font, but I'm not sure most of you guys have heard about typeface. In the start of the class, when I taught you guys type tool, I said this is font family, this one is font style, and this one is font size, obviously. Now, font, typeface and font, most of the people think they are both the same thing, but it's not. Typeface is a kind of, you can think of a family, and font, you can think of members of those family. Yeah, typeface, family. Font, members of family. For example, we have font like Roboto. Mostly I use Roboto. Roboto font is a typeface, but in Roboto we have italic, bold, regular, medium, black, bold italic, black italic, medium italic. All of them are different fonts, which is known as font style. I hope you guys understood. Let's come to our screen. Let's write the first one in Roboto, thin italic, light italic. Let's come to the medium. Yeah, medium is okay. Medium italic, bold italic, and last one is black and black italic. Now we have one typeface, which is Roboto. How many fonts do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 fonts in the family of Roboto typeface. This is the main difference between typeface and font. Mostly people call them font family and font size. The typeface is called font family and the font is called font style in softwares. But in academically, typeface is the font family and font is the font style. Now, I hope you guys understood. If you haven't, rewind the video, watch it again. Now let's come to another lesson about typography. The third thing about typography is fonts which are serif and fonts which are sans serif. What's serif and sans serif? If you guys have seen the words or the letters, at the end of them they have a dash. Wherever they end, they have dash, like this text. Can you see this dash? Here, there, you can see the R, and some of them or most of the fonts we have sans serif fonts. Now this is sans serif. You guys can differentiate them very well. The serif font looks like this. The sans serif fonts looks like this. I think serif and sans serif word is a French word. Serif means with dash. In sans serif, sans means without. I know about this.
Sans means without, and serif, the same whole thing without this dash. So if you guys are using serif fonts, it means you're using the dashed one fonts, and if you're using sans serif fonts, it means you're using the fonts which does not or do not have any dashes like this. Why serif and why sans serif? Now let's come to the usages of them. Where can we use serif fonts, or where can we use sans serif fonts, or where they are mostly used? If you guys have ever read newspapers are written in serif fonts, and novels, books, most of the books are written in serif fonts. And the last thing, I think mostly classic designs are in serif fonts. What about sans serif? In sans serif, mostly applications, if you guys have seen applications or you're gonna see it often now, all of them are used in sans serif fonts. The next thing, websites we are using sans serif fonts, but sometimes it's what can we say, exceptions, that sometimes serif fonts are also used in sans serif websites, or in websites, not in sans serif websites, but in websites. I think Wikipedia. Let's see if Wikipedia has used serif or sans serif fonts. Wikipedia has used serif fonts, but Wikipedia name is in serif, but all the other contents are in sans serif fonts. So in applications and websites we use sans serif fonts, and also in classic design, modern designs. In modern designs we use sans serif fonts. These two fonts are mostly used in these 6 platforms. We also have some fancy fonts, decorative fonts, like for example, let's see if I have one. Now these fonts, it's just a fancy font for decoration or for designs, it's good. Or this one, classic, or you can say these things, this one. We have a lot of decorative fonts, mostly people have created them, which is not serif, not in the sans serif category. You guys can use it in your designs if they matches. If not, no need to use them. You guys may think, where can we find fonts? Go to Google, write Google fonts. Now here are some Google fonts. Why Google fonts? Because they do not have any copyright claim. If you use it in your websites or designs, no one can claim for copyright. If you download from somewhere else, maybe they have the copyrights and you have used it in your designs, maybe you will be destroyed. Now we know all about typography. Let's apply it. In typography, we can play with every word, with each word in our designs. For example, if you are writing a quote, for example, don't let yesterday take too much of today. It's a quote. We can do it first. Let's change its font or typeface to Roboto. Now I can change each single word's typeface or font style or size. Now let yesterday
Today the same font. Button capital. Yesterday also capital. Take to finished. I changed most of the font family, or you can say typefaces of each words. Some of them are same, like today and yesterday are same, much and take are same. Let's change it to outline. Now we cannot do any changes in our text or the code I have written. Right click on it, ungroup it, because all of them are grouped now. I wanna group each and every word or each single words separately. First I need to ungroup it. Each letter will be separated. Now the second part is select a complete word, right click. Where is the group? If you can't find the group here, go to the object and group it from there. Repeat the same thing to all the words. Now if you guys have done the same thing which I did, each word is separately grouped. Now what can we do with this? First, I'm gonna put don't, then I'm gonna put lit, then I'm gonna put yesterday, like this. Now come to take. Too much. Off. Today. I can change its color, like put it red, same for today, and then maybe much yellow or orange. Let's put all the other words white. Let me draw a shape. Go to the gradient, change it to gradient. We're gonna cover the gradient lesson in our gradient section, but right now let's put the rectangle shape we created to the back of everything. With this color, I think yellow will match well. Select all of them, right click on them, group it. I can resize it or rotate it a bit or duplicate it. Rotate this one back to the straight, resize it, go to the opacity, and increase it to 10. This is how your typography looks. It was a rush made. You can work it very well if you guys have time to create or to put your creativity in it. I was just showing you the path, how you guys can work with type tool, how you guys can work with your typography, how can you improve your typography. I will also record another video about typography and how to use them in your posters, in your videos, which is the best place to put your text in a video or in your thumbnails or in your posters, whatever it is. A few classes earlier, I told you guys that we're gonna talk about strokes in upcoming classes. In this class, we're gonna cover two things: line segments and strokes. In line segments, we can use strokes very well. Let's come to our computer. Line segments, the shortcut is backslash. So if you press backslash, you guys can select your line segment. Whenever you select your line segment, there are two things you can do it in your settings. First, the properties of line segments will appear here, and you can also open the dialog box of properties. Where is properties? Here. When you click on properties, here are the properties. You can work with your line segment. Whenever you're working with line segments, it's really necessary to have your properties. Whether you work it from here or here, doesn't matter. And alignment, pathfinder, transform as well. So we're gonna work with properties and maybe with pathfinder and align as well. Let's come to our artboard. How you guys can work with your line segment. First, click and drag. Simple as that. Whenever you want to create a line, click and drag, then release. Your line is created. Whenever you release, if you guys have noticed in properties, there are a lot of other options that are available now. Before that, it was like this, nothing was there. So let's create it again. Click and drag. One way of drawing a line. Right now it's not very well visible, so you guys can increase the stroke. Remember, lines only take strokes, no fill. If I add red color fill, because there isn't any area covered with our line segment, so fill is not visible. So there is no need to add your fill. Just go and click on this, fill will be gone. So stroke, I can increase stroke to be more visible. Like our line segments should be more visible. The next thing we can do with line segments, whenever you want to draw a straight line, hold your shift, click and drag. If your mouse cursor moves as well, it will be in a straight line. If you want to do it in 45 degree, bring it here. If you want to do it in 90 degree, here, 135, 180 and 235, I don't know, or 225. So like this, you guys can create straight lines. This was the second thing. The third thing, whenever you want to create a line segment or a line, hold Alt of your keyboard, then press click and drag. Your line moves both ways. If you want to draw a line from here till here, the other side will move as well. And at the same time, if you hold shift, then it will be in a perfect line. Release it. These are the three ways you guys can work with your line segments. Then let's come to our properties of line segments. First, it's fill and stroke. You guys know about that. If you want to change its color, just go there, click on it, whichever color you select. Your line segment will take the same color you choose. Then we're gonna come to stroke. This is the width of stroke and stroke properties. Here are few things you need to know about your stroke. First, the cap. If we come here, zoom it in, then go to stroke. The cap is like this, butt cap. The second, rounded cap. When you click on rounded cap, the corners get rounded or the cap gets rounded. Or if you click on the projecting cap, then it is same like butt cap, but the length between
the edge of your stroke and the line, the same width will be from the corner of your line till the edge of right side or left side, whichever side you are working with. This was the cap. Now let's come to the corners. If you come to the corner, the first one selected. Now let's come to the second one, rounded corner. It won't work here because our line does not have any corners. Whenever we come to a thing or a line which has corners, we can work with that. For example, go to the pen tool. If you guys haven't seen pen tool lesson, I'm gonna share its link in the description as well, or maybe it will be on your screen or at the end of the lesson. You guys can watch your pen tool lesson too. Click here, then here, then come down. It's also a line, but it has a corner too. When you come back to your properties, here or here, no matter, go to strokes. First it will look like this. When you click back on your stroke, and you would see corners, rounded corner and bevel corner. If you click on bevel, it will look bevel. If you click on rounded joint or corner, it will look rounded. Then we have a line stroke. First, a line stroke to center. If you focus on your line, the stroke goes both ways, up and down, left and right, with the same distance. If you click on the align stroke to inside, the stroke you have selected will go inside, but it doesn't work here. Why? Because Illustrator doesn't know which side is inside. If you guys remember, I told you guys that there are two types of illustration we can do: open path and closed path. Open path, Illustrator doesn't know which side is inside and which side is outside, because when it is closed, then we can understand the inside and outside area. For demonstrating that, we need to go back to our rectangle tool. Now you can see the difference between this one and this one. Suppose it started from here, came here, there and there, at the end came back to the point from where we started. But in the second, it came from here, there, and then finished. With pen tool, you can also create closed path shape. Start here, go, and come back to the line or come back to the point from where you started drawing. Click on it. Now it's a closed path. Now when you click on your open path and go to your stroke, you can see these two options are off. When you click on your closed path, when you click on stroke, now it's visible. When you click on it, your stroke goes inside, and you click on the outside or align stroke to outside, it will go to outside of your shape or the illustration you have to. So these were three things about cap, corners, and align stroke. Then we have dashes. If I click on this line and go to my stroke, or here doesn't matter, click on or take the dashed line, then you're gonna give distance. How it works: first is dash, how many points you want your dash to be. Then gap, how much distance you wanna have between two dashes. First, let's make it 0 and distance or gap 4 points. Does it work? No. 14 points. Let's increase the gap more, like 34. Now you guys can see the dashes. Why it wasn't visible before? Because the dashes we had, or the distance or the gap we set for the gap dash or dash gaps, it was not enough regarding the width of the stroke. For example, if I come back here and put it 14, you guys can't see the dashes, and if I decrease the stroke width, now you can see the gaps between your dashes. And if I come here and put it 0 and then go there, put the gap 24 and cap corners rounded. Let me zoom it in. Before it was like this, yeah. When I put it to rounded caps, now it's in a perfect circle. Why? Because the dashes distance or points over 0. If I put it to 5, then you guys can see the width or the length of your dashes. 15, it will increase. At 0, they are in perfect shape. Increase the width size. This is how you can work with your line or dashes or gaps between your strokes. Then we have arrowheads. We can add arrowheads to the both end. For example, click on the line first and come to your arrowhead. First arrowhead, it will look like this, and the second end, let's put this one. So this is how your arrowhead works. The size of your arrowheads depends on the width of the stroke. If you increase it, the size increases. If you decrease it, the size decreases. And if you go back to your stroke, go to the other end of the arrowhead, click on the arrowhead. There are arrowheads both sides. Now if I click on my direct selection tool, I can move it. And if I click on the, where was it? Go to the pen tool, anchor point, click on here and just drag it. I can just make it rounded or bevel. We mostly covered these things. You can increase the height and width of the arrowheads from here as well, like scale it down. Then the only arrowhead of the right side or left side, it will be decreased, its size will be decreased. And if you increase or decrease the other end of your arrowhead, so you can do the same thing with the other end. You can also edit the end of your arrowhead, like it's in the corner of your arrowhead. If I click here, then it will be at the end of your arrowhead. So yeah, you can play with that. Then we have profile. Uniform is here as well, and you can see it here as well. If I click here, same things are available in profile and same things are available here too. So let's come to another line to demonstrate that. Click on this one. Now go to uniform. If I click on the second line or width profile, the same shape which has its symbol or sample, it will be applied on the line you have selected. Remember that. So this is the width profile you selected for your line. Go back to your width profile, select the other one. You can see whichever line segment you select or whichever profile width you select, it will be applied on your length line, I mean. Then this one, you can do the same thing with your arrowhead lines too. Go to your profile, click on this one. You can see first it's thin, then slowly it's got thick. Then you can increase your line segments width, or you can get rid of your arrowheads. Then your line will look like this. After uniform, we have basic brushes. Right now, it's in the simple brush. When I click on it, go to my brush type. First, select your line segment. Then go to the basics, like the brush styles. Click on the brush, it will look like a brush stroke. There are other options too. Click on it and increase the width. You can see how your line is now. It's not a line anymore. Of course it's a line, but its shape is like the brush you have selected. These are the samples, brush samples, which are available for you. You can use them, and if you want to create them, we will also have a lesson about how to create a brush, how to create these samples in our upcoming classes. So be patient. Slowly you will learn everything. It was the line segment. Then you come to arc. Arc is same like line segment, but its shape is a little bit different. If you hold Alt, it will go both ways. Hold Shift, its shape will not be destroyed. If you have drew arc but you haven't released your mouse and hold space, then you can relocate it wherever you want. Like I want it here. And the other thing, the arrow keys. If you wanna increase the roundness of your arc, just click on arrow keys go up, it will be increased, and go down, it will be decreased, or it will come to the other side. When you drew your arc, the same property we have for arcs too. You can increase, you can round it caps, then go to the uniform, select this one, or go to your lines, choose another brush stroke or brush style, go to your stroke, go to dashes, decrease the space for 2, and 3, more 6. Then you can come to your uniform, click on this one. Now this is how it works. This is the same thing with arc. After arc we have spiral tool. If you want to draw spiral tool, or if you want to know what spiral tool is, all of them are like lines but with different shapes and different properties. How to draw them: click and drag, this is your spiral. And two things you can do with that: if you click on up arrow key, the line length will be increased. If you click on down arrow key, the line to length will be decreased. If you hold shift, it's in a perfect shape. And there's another thing in spiral tool too: if you drag it and then hold control in your keyboard, then move your mouse, you can change its style of spiral tool. Now this is my spiral. I can do the same setting with spiral tool, increase the stroke width, or let's come to this one. This is how you can use the spiral tool. Then after spiral we have rectangle or rectangular grid tool. Rectangular grid tool, from its name we can understand that it provides us a grid. Click and drag. If you hold shift, it will be in a perfect shape or alignment. Or if you haven't released your mouse yet and click on up arrow key, it will increase the lines or the rows of your grid. If you click on down arrow key, it will decrease. And if you click on left arrow key, the columns of your grid will be decreased. And if you click on right arrow key, it will be increased. Now let's put it like this, hold shift. Yeah. Why do you use grid? Grid to draw something or to trace something in a perfect shape or in perfect alignment. If it's in a grid or I have grid, then come and select your pen tool. I want to start from here. Now delete my rectangular tool. This is how I created this shape with the help of rectangular tool. I don't know what it is, but I tried to make something to make you guys understand how rectangular grid tool works or how necessary it is. Delete it. Let's come back to our line segment tool, and at the end we have polar grid tool. Click on your polar grid tool. Polar grid tool is same like rectangular grid tool. If you hold shift, it will be in a perfect circle. If you haven't released your mouse or the left click on your mouse and click on up arrow key, it will increase the waves or the lines of your circle. Click on down, it will decrease. Click on left, it will decrease the race, or if you click on right, it will increase the race of your line segments. Release it. This is how your polar grid looks like. Now let's click on it, increase the width, go to your uniform, click on this one, no, this one, and let's change its color. Yeah, it is enough. Then you can increase the width. Now here we can work with our pathfinder to separate
all segments of our polar grid tool, we can separate it with the help of Pathfinder. Click on Pathfinder, shape mode, Pathfinder mode. We have a lot of things here. We have trim, divide, merge. Right now we're going to work with divide. Now it's divided. When I click on this, whenever you work with Pathfinder and divide or trim whatever, after that it will be automatically grouped. Right click on it, ungroup it. Then when I come here, see, I can separate each section of my polar grid. Now what's rectangle tool? And our first lessons, we also talked about rectangle tool while we were using selection tool or direct selection tool. So now it's the individual class of rectangle tool. Let's see. In rectangle tool, if you click and hold left click of your mouse, you can see there are few more tools as well: rectangle, rounded rectangle, ellipse, polygon, star, flare. One thing is common, all of them are shapes. That's why they are included in rectangle tool. First, we're gonna start from rectangle. How many ways do we have to draw a shape or a rectangle? First, click and drag. Second, click, hold, shift and drag. And third, click. They will give you a dialog box to give width and height. I'm gonna give 2050 width and 250 width and 300 height. This is how my rectangle works. Rectangle is a closed path shape. So in closed path shape we have two things: fill and stroke. If you see, if I deselect this one, you can see I have a stroke, but I can't see fill. I have fill, but it matches my artboard color, which is white. Let's change the fill color to orange. Now there are two colors, fill and stroke. Increase the stroke from the properties so we can see it very well. If you guys remember, we covered stroke in our previous lesson in line segment. If you haven't watched it yet, watch that lesson. You will know everything about stroke. So I'm gonna give its link in the description as well, or maybe in here as well, in the corner of my screen. Then we have uniform with stroke. First select it, uniform, change its uniform. You can see the stroke shape changes, the stroke style changes. If I come to this one, you can see how well it is aligned with my stroke. Or this one, first select, then change it. I think this one looks much better. Then line, do you want your stroke as a brush? Then increase its height. So this is how your brush will look like. If you just get rid of your fill, it will be on your stroke in the shape of rectangle. This was few things about rectangle. Let's come back to our normal mode. If you remember, in our direct selection and selection tool, we talked about these points, that what it does, it gives curves to your corners. So I put a curve there, and if you want to have the same shape without using the rectangle tool, we have rounded rectangle tool. Go to the selection tool, rectangle tool, click on rounded rectangle, click and drag. It will give you rounded corners, rectangles. One thing more, don't release your mouse yet, but if you click up in your arrow keys, it will increase the roundness of your rectangle. If you click on down, it will decrease it. So this is one thing you have in rounded rectangle tool. Now if you have drew your rectangle, rounded rectangle, how can we increase or decrease the roundness of these rectangles or these corners? Simply we can do it from here as well, but if you want to give it a specific number, then in your properties, if you have it good, if you don't have it, go to the window, come to the property, select it, it will appear here. Then these are the locations, X and Y axis, and then width and height. This is rotation, this is flip horizontally or vertically.
it doesn't affect anything because all the borders or all the shapes are same. Whichever direction you flip, it will look the same. But if you come and click on these three dots, here are your angles. If I increase this angle, all of them increases because there is a link button or link radio button. Click on it or unlink them. Then if you increase one side, only a single side will be increased. If you decrease the other side, only the side you want to decrease its roundness, it will be decreased. This is how you can manage the angles or the roundness of your corners individually in your rounded rectangle tool. If I have rectangle tool and I gave them roundness, still I can do that. If I just get rid of my rounded corners and come back on the three dots, I can still give roundness to a single corner, whichever corner I want or whichever corner suits my design. Then we have ellipse tool. Ellipse tool, which gives you a circle if you hold shift and then drag your or draw your circle. If you don't, then it will give you an ellipse tool or ellipse. Then we have polygon tool. In polygon tool, we also have few things to keep in mind. If I draw polygon, let me delete all the other objects, change its color to black, get rid of my stroke, go to polygon. If I draw polygon, if I hold shift, it will give me a nice and neat perspective design. Or if I just draw it, and let's draw another one. If I just click on up arrow key, it will increase the edges of my polygon. If I click on down arrow key, it will decrease the edges of my polygon. Now it's a rectangle, square. So this is how polygon tool works. So with polygon tools, you can design a lot of things. Suppose the design which is really famous. So this is something we created with our polygon tool. With polygon tool, we can also do something which we did with rectangle tool. Click and drag this circle. You can see your edges or your corners gonna be rounded. If I increase it till the last point, then it will be a circle. If I increase a little bit, my edges will be or corners will be rounded. Now if we come to this properties, polygon properties and transform, we have axis in x-axis where it is located and y-axis where it is located. These are the coordinates of them. Then we have width and height. Then we have rotation. We have specific numbers of rotation. Then we have flip. If you flip this, you can't see anything because all sides of the shape are in the same design. But you can consider this one. You can differentiate whether it is flipped or not. Keep this in mind. When I flip it, it will go on the left side. When I flip it down, it will come down. But if I go here and increase the edge or decrease the edge to 5, then I come flip it up. Now the shape is different because upside and downside are a total different design, but right and left are the same. Then still you have rotations, angle, size. You can play with your polygon from transform here. After polygon, we have star tool. If I want to draw a star and hold shift, it will be in a straight position. But if I don't hold it, star shape is not going to be destroyed or it won't be lost. But I cannot draw it in a straight line or standing straight. It will be a little bit rotated. If I hold shift, then it will be in a straight standing position. Whenever I draw a star, there are few things with star as well. Up arrow key increases the corners, down arrow key decreases.
This is something we can do with our star tool. With only clicking up arrow key increasing the corners of my star, this shape has drew. We draw this shape. And then we have flare. Flare tool is not mostly used, but you can play with it whenever you want, if you have something. For example, this is the flare I drew. Let me first draw a rectangle. Change its color to dark. Right click on it, arrange to the or send to the back. Click on this one. This is my flare. Or with flare you can transform it. You can play with your flare. Click on it. If I have transform here, not here, but come to rotate them 10 degree, take a copy and Control D. This is what you can do with your star tool. Mostly in illustrations I haven't seen anyone use star tool, and I also haven't faced any situation that I can take advantages of this tool. In this lesson we are going to cover everything about brush tool, how to create a custom brush tool, how many libraries do we have, how many ways do we have to create brushes. All these things will be covered in this video. So first let's start with brush tool. Brush tool, next to the rectangle tool we have brush tool. If you hover on it, it will show you how to draw. What is its name? Paint brush tool, and its shortcut is B. Simple as that. With brush tool, remember one thing, we only work with strokes. If you draw anything, it will be in stroke, not in fill. Like you can see my colors, I have fill color 2 and stroke color 2. Fill is white, let's change it to red, and stroke is black. Whenever I draw, automatically the fill color will be removed. Why? Because brush tool creates a path, not a shape. If you come back to your own point from where you started, it will be same a path. If you create something and come back to the point where you started it, like a pen tool, it still stays the same because it's brush and it's not pen tool. It doesn't matter from where you started or where you're gonna end. It only creates path and it only takes stroke. If you want to increase the size of your brush, just go and increase the size of your stroke. And I'm gonna put it to 6. This is how my brush looks like. And in here we have some brush styles or some libraries. Click on this one. Let's come and draw. Increase the stroke size so you can see it very clearly. Change the stroke color to red or orange. These are some custom brushes. Whenever you want to use something new, you can click on it, select it, and then come and draw. Let's select this one. And these are some custom brushes which are already existed in your brush library presets. You can add more libraries. If you go to library here, click on this one, go to library. We have arrows, special arrows. Click on an arrow which you like to draw. Click on your brush, draw something. It will look the same, or you can have the brush style you selected. So this is something we can create our brushes, and when we select the arrows, or you can also open your brushes from your window. Come down and click on brushes, your and let's click on brushes. These are the brushes you have, and this is the brush you select from your library. You can delete it, just click and drag it to the, then we have this brush. You can do your creativity with these brushes. Suppose you want a new brush, or you want to create a brush and you don't have it here. The first thing you're gonna do is go to this new brush, click on it. The new brush window will be opened, and there are 5 options. First one is calligraphic brush, second scatter brush, art brush, bristle brush, and pattern brush. Let's come and start from the calligraphic brush. Okay, now you can play with your options of calligraphic brush. I'm gonna name it my Cali, and if you rotate it, it won't matter because your dots or your brush size is circle. You don't even know on which angle it is rotated. Round is I decreased round is to 15%. Now if I rotate it, I can understand on which direction it is gonna rotate. Let's create it first, then we will go to the other options of them. This is a calligraphic brush with which you can write some random alphabetic letters you want to write. So this is the brush which we created with calligraphic style, and you can also edit it back. Which brush is this? This 53. Double click on it, your options will reappear. So this was the calligraphic brush. Let's delete it and click on new brush. Then we have scatter brush. What does scatter brush do? Scatter brush doesn't create anything with your own options which we had with our calligraphic brush, but you need to have some objects or some shapes to create your brush from that shape. For example, I'm gonna have a rectangle. I'm gonna change its opacity. Just go to window, appearance, and opacity, come to 50. Now this is something I created with our shapes. Then when I go to brush panel or brush options, click on new, your scatter brush got appeared. It doesn't mean that you create your shape, then it will be appeared. First you have to create, then you should select that shape or those shapes from which you created your brush or whatever design you have. Then click on new brush. Now let's click on scatter brush. Okay, here is how our scatter brush gets created. Scatter brush 1, name is okay, size is fixed. Right now these settings are okay. Later on we're gonna come back and do some changes in these settings, and let's see how it works. I created the brush. Let me delete this one. If you can see, my brush is in here. Go click on your brush, draw something. The first mistake which we did, our brush or the shape we selected, it was really big. Decrease its size to this much. Click on it, select it, go to new brush, scatter brush, okay. Create your brush. Let me delete it. Go to my brush. It is selected, and let's draw something. Now it's fine. Maybe you guys face this issue as well.
because we're going to create our custom brush in a really large size because we need to see the details. Then we're going to create the same size brush, which is not okay. First you need to shrink it or increase it, decrease its size. After that you're going to create your scatter brush. This is how my scatter brush works. Let's double click on it. Set the preview on. Whenever you set the preview on or check the preview on, whatever changes you bring, it will be appeared in your brush stroke. Let me increase the size or decrease the size. Whenever I decrease it, you can see my brush shape or brush stroke size gets decreased. If I increase some spaces, I can put spaces between the shapes of my brushes. Scatter, I can dislocate them from their path, up and down. Rotation, rotate them. These are the normal sizes or normal settings or options you guys can do. Now let's come to the next section, which is doing your settings in random way. To do some changes in these options, first you're gonna change from fixed to random. When you guys change it to random, then you are allowed to do some changes here. Size. Whenever I increase size here, all of the shapes, and let's fix this. Whenever I increase size from here, you guys can see the size of each and every shape gets increased. But when it is in random and I do it like this, maximum height should be 100 size or minimum should be 20. Now this is the size of 100 maximum, and I think these are the size of 20 minimum. Randomly it picks the size of your shapes or brush styles of your scatter brush. Then spaces, still we have random space, 100, let's put it to 50 or maybe 30, or I can increase it. If you increase it, you can see the size between or the space between these two shapes and these two shapes are totally different or in totally different degrees. Now let's play with scatter. If it is fixed and you increased, all of them go up and all of them come down. But if it is random, let's come to minus 74 and plus 74. Now if you see the line, some of them are above the line and some of them are below the line. We gave them 2 degrees, minus 74 and plus 74. Between these two numbers, whichever number you select or whichever scatter you select, locate your shape in there. Then we have rotation. If rotation is random, let's come to minus 50 to 50. If you come and see, some of them are rotated this way and some of them are straight, some of them are that way. This is how we can play with our rotation. This is how you guys can work with your scatter brush. The next brush which we're gonna create is art brush. How can we create art brush? Same like scatter brush, we need to have some object or some shapes or a single shape. Create something like this, then go to new brush, click on art brush. Okay, you can name it, set the size, set the direction. If it is right or left or it's up and down, you can set it from there as well. You can change the color. Right now I'm going to just click OK. Whenever I click on my brush and draw something, the same design or the same shape which I created will be drew on the path you are drawing. So this is how art brush works. And with art brush, let me try something else. Select all 3 of them, click on art brush, OK, and OK, bravo, yeah, it is possible. Click on your brush. Now whenever I want to draw something, let me delete this one. The same design which I created with my ellipse tool, it will be applied or it will be drew on the path you are drawing with your brush tool or paint brush tool.
So this is how you can play with your art brush. I don't know, it looks interesting. Now let's go to the next one. The next one is bristle brush tool. With bristle brush tool you can create some shady brushes. Select this one, increase the size, bristle length, bristle density, bristle thickness, opacity and stiffness. You can play with these settings and click OK. Then you select your brush tool, draw something, increase the size. Let me change from yellow to black. This is something we created with our bristle brush tool. I haven't used bristle brush tool much. I only use it sometimes whenever I do some paintings or drawing some illustrations. Maybe it's possible to use it there. Then we have the last one, pattern brush tool. Pattern brush tool, you need to have a pattern first, same like scatter brush tool, art brush tool, then you can create your pattern. If I click on pattern brush tool, okay, I have the options but I don't have the shape to create my pattern brush tool. For doing so, I need to create a shape first. Let me create something really fast. Change its color to gray and let me put another shape. So I created a shape like this, then I select it, click on your pattern, create brush tool or new brush, click on pattern brush, okay. Now I have something here. My brush name is road, suppose. Base, I can give them 20 and let's see how it looks. It gives breaks, but I don't need that, so let's get rid of it. The pattern brush tool automatically created. I know how the line looks, but I didn't give them the design to how it will look in the middle or in the corner. Not in the middle, but in the corner. It automatically gives you some options in which you can create your pattern as the demand of your design. I think it will be suitable to say like that. And in the corner it will look like this, and straight line it will look like this. And let's come to this one. In the next corner, like here, how will it look like because it's inside? Do you want it auto-centered or do you want it auto-between? I want it auto-centered. At the end, how would you like it? If I put this, it means that from here it is started, or at the end, what do you want it? If you want this one, you can click on it. If you don't want it, you can leave empty. Click on OK. Let me delete this shape. Whenever I draw a brush now, the same problem which we faced before, I need to decrease its size. Then select my new pattern brush, OK, set my sizes, and yeah, finished. Delete this one, select your brush tool. Now whenever you draw a brush, you're gonna draw a road with that. Now how can we draw, or how can we work with blob blush? Select your blob brush, blob. Select your blob brush tool, blob. If you have paintbrush tool, why do we need to use, or why do we need to have a blob brush tool? There's a slight difference between these two tools. Let's come to our computer screen and let's see what are the difference, or what is the difference between these two tools. First, let's come to our paintbrush tool. When I draw something with my paintbrush tool, if you select your selection tool and click on it, you can see it's a path and then the stroke applied on that path. Simple as that. Or if you select your direct selection tool, you can see all anchor points are visible. You can modify your path, or you can modify your paintbrush tool by moving the anchor points to wherever it is suitable according to your design. But if you come and click and hold, select your blob brush tool, then let's draw the same line. Now the difference between these two lines are, select this one, it's a path, and select this one, it is fill. What does it mean? If you click on this and check your colors, the stroke color is applied on this shape of yours, or this brush of yours, or this path of yours, or whatever you drew. Or if you click on this one, you can see there is no stroke but the fill color. It means now it's a shape. It's not a brush, it's not a path, it's not a stroke, it's the shape you draw. For example, if you select your direct selection tool, you can see there is no path here like this one. The whole brush stroke you drew is converted into a shape. For example, if I click on this anchor point and modify it, I can do that. If you click on this anchor point and move it, you can modify these lines according to your designs, however you want. This is the only difference between paintbrush tool and blob brush tool. If you want to convert your paintbrush tool to the shape you had with blob brush tool, it's also possible. Click on your paintbrush tool or the shape you draw with paintbrush tool, go to the object and click on the expand appearance. Now if you come here, click on it, select your direct selection tool, it's not a path anymore. You cannot change your path, but you can still modify your shape as it was in the blob brush tool. Now how can we draw, or how can you work with blob brush tool? Select your blob brush tool. Don't give color or don't select your color of fill. You are still working with your stroke color. Change it, or maybe let's switch the colors. Let's change it to sky blue a little bit, and let's draw something. When you drew your shape with blob brush tool, still you can see its stroke color, but when you select your selection tool and click on your shape which was created with blob brush tool, it automatically gets your fill color. It doesn't have any stroke. Yes, of course you can add stroke color to the color you want, or the color matches your design, but whatever you design or whatever you create with your blob brush tool, it is a shape. It takes fill color automatically. However you have select your stroke color, it will be converted or changed automatically to fill color. The simple difference between these two are paintbrush tool works as a path and blob brush tool works as a fill. With paintbrush tool, whatever you draw, it gives you a path which has a stroke. But blob brush tool, if you have select your path stroke color, and obviously you should select your stroke color and you should edit or select the color you want to draw with your blob brush tool will be selected in your stroke color. Whenever you draw and complete it, it will automatically change into fill. It doesn't have any stroke. After that you can add stroke if you want. After blob brush tool and paintbrush tool, we have shaper tool. Shaper tool shortcut is Shift plus N. When you over on your shaper tool, first it's gonna give its name plus shortcut, then it gives you the description, short description that gives you a hint that what your shaper tool does. All the tools has their description that instructs you what this shape or what this tool of yours will do for you. Now when I over on my shaper tool, there are two things which are being demonstrated to me as visual and as text. As text, draw freehand to create shapes automatically and merge or remove overlapping areas. I hope you guys are getting it. The demonstration as a visual, you guys can see it's roughly drawing some shapes and it gives you a perfect shape which matches with the geometric shapes you have. First creating triangle, then ellipse tool, then circle, then removing the overlapping edges. For example, the basic geometric tools are like triangle. I can draw triangle upside down as well, like this. Then we have square, rectangle, circle, ellipse tool, horizontally or vertically, however you want it. Now, if I draw a circle and then I draw another circle, now if I want to get rid of the areas of the second circle which is outside my first circle, I just cross it like this and it gets deleted. Now if I want to delete the second one as well, just cross it and it will be deleted. For example, let's go to our ellipse tool, draw perfect circles, and another one here. Now if I select my shaper tool and want to delete this part, just cross it. If I select both of them and then select your shaper tool, cross this part, it will be deleted from that. Now if I again I'm pressing Ctrl Z to undo what changes I made, select my shaper tool and delete this section of it, it gets deleted. Click on it, it will show you how your previous shape looked like and what you have deleted. Delete this one, the only eye shape or whatever shape you wanted to draw will be remained. If you select your shaper tool and click on it, it will show you how it looked before. Now if you want to leave only single line of it, just delete this section of it. Only the left stroke or left path of the shape will be remained, everything else will be removed. And if you click on it and select your shaper tool, click on this drop down button, it will show you how your shape looked before or how you created this shape, from which two circles you deleted the first section, second section, and the third one, the last path. Now with shaper tool, the thing or the ice cream cone which was created with our demonstration of our shaper tool, just do it like this. Then it was ellipse tool, then it was circle, then they delete this section. I know it's not perfect because it's created by me freehandedly, and the demonstration is just an animation of how it will work, which is created by computer, and we can create those things with our upcoming classes in our video animations and those things. But hold your breath, first learn these things, then we're gonna jump to our video editing course or motion graphic courses further on. After shaper tool, we have pencil tool. Shortcut is N. Click on pencil tool. Your pencil tool and paintbrush tool works the same. Whatever you draw with pencil or whatever you draw with your paintbrush tool, both of them are equal, but some people use pencil or some people uses paintbrush tool. Pencil is a little bit sharper as well when you draw it, or it should be look like pencil because it's points around it, but the settings of paintbrush tool and pencil tool are the same. If you set the same setting to paintbrush tool or if you set the same setting to pencil tool, it will give you the same result. However you use it paintbrush tool or pencil tool. After pencil tool, we have smooth tool. Now what smooth tool is used for? Suppose I select the pencil tool and draw something. Now if you observe this shape of yours, there are some points which are really sharp and there are some points which are smooth but maybe not smooth enough. Smooth tool, from its name that we can understand it smooths things, but what things? Only paths. It can smooth paths. If your paths, some places or some edges of paths are not smoothed, it got rough, you can still work with your smooth tool and make it smoother. First, whichever area of your shape or whichever shape you want to smoothen, first it should be selected. If it isn't selected, you try your smooth tool, it doesn't work. But if you select it, of course you have to select it first. Set your smooth tool and let's come to this area. Next section, suppose this part. Next one, this part. Let's increase the stroke size so we can understand it very well. Select your smooth tool. So this is how my smooth tool works, or not just my smooth tool, every smooth tool in your Illustrator and your computers work the same way. Then after smooth tool, we have path eraser tool. Path eraser tool, most of the tools we can understand from its name and really easy to use it. Path means this path, eraser means it's gonna erase it, tool, it is a tool you're using. And it's the shape of pencil upside down because we are using the eraser section of our pencil. If I want to erase this part, I can erase it. This section, still I can erase those sections. So this tool is used for erasing our path. And the next one is join tool. This section or this tool is used to join our tools or join our lines. If you select it back, this is the path you had, and with our eraser tool we erased it, and with our join tool we joined them back. Bingo. In this lesson we're gonna talk about eraser tool. Why eraser tool is necessary, how many other tools are included in eraser tool, how to use it, all of them will be covered in this video. So let's come to our computer screen. Now this is eraser tool. After the shaper tool we studied, when you hover on eraser tool, same thing, it will be demonstrated how it works. Name eraser tool, shortcut Shift+E, remove parts of path or shapes. So if I draw a circle, move it up a bit, and let's select our eraser tool. And if you want to increase the size of your eraser tool, it will be open bracket and close bracket. Open bracket gonna decrease its size, and close bracket increases the size of your eraser tool. Now if I want to erase it, I can erase it like this, and the parts of the shape which is erased is totally deleted. You cannot bring it back unless you press Ctrl+Z on your keyboard to undo your actions. But this is how you can work with your eraser tool with simple technique. Maybe it could be a logo, or maybe it is something that someone needs it or someone wants it or matches the design of a company. So you can do some designs with your eraser tool. If I do one thing more, let's duplicate it and let's change its color to darker a bit, and let's delete or let's get rid of the stroke and put it back. Select this one, select your eraser tool and delete it. Now this is how your design looks. It did delete the parts of the shape I erased, but there is another shape behind the shape which I use eraser tool on. That's why the color of that shape is visible on the surface of the next shape or the shape we erased. That's why it doesn't look empty. It looks like it has color, dark color, but it's not. It doesn't have. It's only the color of the shape behind the shape which we erased. Now if we select both of them and come back and select our shape builder tool, shape builder tool gonna be covered in a separate video, but right now we can do some creativity with our shape builder tool. Select it and hold Alt. Let's delete the parts of the shape which is overlapping my design. So this is how we created something with our eraser tool and shape builder tool. Shape builder tool has a lot of other usages. We're gonna take care of them in a separate video. Let's get rid of this design, and now when you hover on eraser tool, let's see how they did this. Design the same thing. Maybe you guys can practice with it, and let's see if it works or it looks the same as we do or not. First we need to change its color to white. Let's do another circle. little bit orange, and let's copy it, change the color of, let's change the color of the first one to a little bit darker. Select both of them, select your shaper tool, and let's erase this one. Let's draw another circle for this section, and it would be white. So this is the egg they drew or designed. Now let's come back to our eraser tool, select it, and increase the size with close bracket. Gosh, it doesn't look like that. No, how did they do that? The way I did it's a totally different design from the demonstration they have in eraser tool, but this is how it works. I don't know how they did that neat, and while I did the same thing, it doesn't look really good. But it's egg. When you put it on the pan, it can be cooked in different ways. So this is how your eraser tool works. After eraser tool, we have scissor tool. Shortcut of scissor tool is C. For using or demonstrating scissor tool, let's draw something. Let's draw a circle. Now there is a difference between scissor tool and knife tool. Both of them cut, but scissor tool only cuts the path and knife tool cuts the whole object. For example, if I use scissor tool, I can't use it in here. I can't use it in here, or I can't just slice it. I need to cut it from the path. When you click on the path, it cuts the path. When you click on the other side, it cuts both sides of the circle. When I select this one, and I can separate them. This is where the scissor tool comes handy. But if you select your knife tool, you can't do it like this. You can't just click it. You need to slice it. Oh, I have something in mind. Let's do it like this. Let's change its color to white. This one to red and this one to blue. Remember something? A logo which is very well known, Pepsi logo. So you can easily cut any object with scissor tool and knife tool. With knife tool you can slice it, but with scissor tool you need to cut the path of the object. That's the only difference between scissor tool and eraser tool. So you guys saw how easily we created the logo of Pepsi with usage of knife tool. So this is how we're gonna use eraser tool, scissor tool and knife tool. In graphic designing softwares, there are many ways to rotate an object. Simply we have in transform, you can rotate it from transform, and there are some other tools in Adobe Illustrator through which you can rotate your object in various ways. For example, and if I have a star and I want to rotate it, I simply go here, click and drag. This is how I can rotate an object in Illustrator, but the problem is it's only getting rotated from the center of the star. If you see clearly, it's getting rotated from the center. What if I want to rotate this object from this part of my star or this part of my object? Simply we have another tool which is rotate tool. Click or select your rotate tool. First it's gonna give you the plus mark
It shows you from where your object is getting rotated. If you want to rotate it from somewhere else, before doing anything else, just go to that part of your object, click it, then the center point of your object would be here. Now if I rotate this one, now it is getting rotated from the point I give them. If I click here, then rotate it, it will be rotated from there. Click here, rotate it, it will be rotated from the point I give them. Now, how can I use this thing? Suppose I have an object star and I want to rotate it from this section. Let's press Ctrl R to get the ruler for having a guideline, and I want to rotate it from that section, but I want a copy. Hold Alt to duplicate the object and release it. To repeat the same action, just hold Ctrl and press D, it will be rotated. This is how we can work with our rotation tool. If I delete everything and put a circle, just give them a stroke, and then I want to draw a star. Align them, bring it here, click on rotation tool, my star is selected, come to the center of the circle, click on it, hold Alt, click and drag, release it, press Ctrl plus D. Yeah, you can use it that way as well, but if you see here, the last star of my design overlapped the first star from which I started. For doing so, we can have degrees. For example, suppose it's a clock. And here it's gonna be 12. Just give them a nice design. Select this one, select the 12, select the number you wrote, click on the rotation tool, just come to the center of your clock, hold Alt and click on the center, it gives you the degree. Now here you need to do a little bit of math. How many rays do we have in a circle? 360 degree, and divide 360 degrees into 12. I think it's gonna be 60 degree. Let's divide it. Calculator, 360 degree divided by 12, 30 degrees. Now I want to give them minus 30 degrees because I need to rotate them clockwise, not anti-clockwise. For clockwise you need to rotate in minuses, but if you want to rotate in counterclockwise, then there is no need to put a minus there. Just copy it and Ctrl D to duplicate all the actions previously we did. Now just change the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11. An easy way to design a clock of yours with the help of rotation tool. So this is how rotation tools come in handy. Let's put something .
So this is how you can create a clock in a really easy way with the help of rotation tool. What else can we do with the help of rotation tool? If you guys have seen, and I'm sure of course you have seen the logo of your gallery on your iPhone, it's created with the help of rotation tool. How? This is the logo of your gallery on your iPhone. First, let's drop it here, come to our rectangle tool. If we want to copy it from here, just draw something like this, only one, then bring it here, come to your direct selection tool, is it okay? Yeah, it's the same as it looks. Select the color and select your rotation tool, come and click, hold Alt and drag with Shift, then Control D. Repeat the same action again. Now let's change their colors. Select your selection tool, select this, then eyedropper, again hold Control. Whenever you have selected your eyedropper tool, the previous icon or the previous tool which was selected was selection tool. If I hold Control, it's gonna select my selection tool back, and if I release it, back to the eyedropper tool. It's a really easy way. Instead of going to your selection tool, then coming back to the eyedropper tool, then going back to your selection tool, instead of that, just hold Alt, jump to selection tool, release Alt, come back to your eyedropper tool. Now select all of them, go to your appearance and opacity to the screen, or maybe multiply, and this is how the logo is created with the help of your rotation tool. Then we have reflect tool. Reflect tool, it reflects your design or object. Suppose I have this one and I'm selecting my reflector tool. Again, I'm clicking here to give them a point from where I want to reflect it, and hold Alt to make a copy. You just reflected the design or the logo. If I go and design something else, suppose I just select the pen tool, click here, and here, press escape, select your anchor point tool, drag it like this, and if I want to reflect this, select your reflect tool, click on here, hold Alt, it got reflected. Now it's a totally different object. If you want to group it, select both of them, right click, group, now it's a single object. Like if you have the logo of your Batman, suppose I don't know if it's the same or not, but just to show you guys how to use your reflector tool or reflect tool, click on your reflect tool, click here, hold Alt and copy it. It looks more like a Catman, not Batman. The design which both sides are equal or the same design, you just need to draw the first side left or right, then select your reflector tool, reflect it on the other side. It will be the same design you want on the other side as well. There are some ways through which you can scale your object. For example, I have a rectangle, a square, and with selection tool I can scale it from here, but the same way it's gonna be scaled from my center point of the shape. But if I want to rotate it from a specific point of the object, suppose you have a star, and you want to scale it, just select it, go to the corner, hold shift and drag it. It's gonna scale up and it doesn't lose its quality or shape because I'm holding my shift key on my keyboard. Release it. One thing. The second thing, I can't copy it by scaling it. Therefore, I have a scale tool. Select your scale tool. Your shortcuts for the scale tool is S. Same as rotation tool, it will give you a point from where you can scale your object. I'm going to click it here and drag it. It is going to scale from the point I just set it. If I hold shift, it doesn't lose its shape. If I hold alt, it will just copy and scale my object or shape. Control D, repeat the action. Let's do it more accurately. Bring it down. Select your scale tool, click here, hold alt and shift, release it, Control D to duplicate the same action you did. This is how it's gonna look through your scale tool. Suppose we have another design of a tree, I guess. Send it to back, change its color to green. We need a few more. So this is my tree. I'm going to select it, group it, and one thing more which I need is a road. Just go to rectangle, come in here, go to scale. Now select these two anchor points, then go to the scale and scale it down. Then go to your direct selection tool, click on these two anchor points. Again, go to scale tool and scale them up. Let me select these two and I can scale them a little bit more. Yeah, change its color to something like that. Take your scale tool, click in here, hold Alt to copy it and Control D to duplicate your action. My road is a little bit down. Let me just select these 2 points, bring it up. So this is how the trees next to my road will look like. And you can also copy these. Select your selection tool, select all the trees. Remember we had reflect tool, click in here and hold Alt, reflect them. Yeah. So this is how you can work with your scale tool. There are many other ways in which you can use the scale tool effectively. For example, in simple ways, just draw a rectangle or maybe square. Hold your scale tool and hold Alt to copy it click in here, hold Alt and Shift to copy it and duplicate it, Control D. So this is how you can create a square kind of room. Next we have circle, same scale tool, click and drag, hold Alt, Control D. So this is how you can create a shape like this with the help of scale tool. And let's do another circle. Take your scale tool, bring it down with Alt plus Shift and Control D. This is how you can create a loophole or target maybe. Now how do you understand how to use scale tool? For example, select your scale tool. If it is in center, it will look like this. Or if it is if your scale tool is set to bottom and you just drag it, hold Alt, then it will look like this. It shows the perspective of your surface. For example, if you're holding the camera on the bottom side of the floor, then you can design something like that. If your perspective tool is set to up and on the side, Control, drag it up and on the side, drag it, hold Control plus Shift, Alt plus Shift, Control D, then it will look like this. Or you have pillars on both sides of your design. One is in here and the other is here. Select both of them, hold or select your scale tool, click in here, hold Alt, copy it and Shift so it doesn't lose its shape, Control D, it will look something like that. And drag it down, select these two back, bring it up. Now I'm going to take a scale tool, but instead of setting my point up, I'm going to set the center point down now. Hold Alt and drag it, Control D. You can play with the scale tool as much as you want. I draw a few things in scale tool for you guys, and it is really effective. You can work at it, you can observe it as well.
So far we have studied till, scale tool and other tools which are included in scale tool like share tool, reshape tool. In this lesson we are going to look at wet tool and the tools which are included in wet tool, which is wrap tool, twirl tool, pucker tool, blot tool, scale up tool, crystallize tool and wrinkle tool. In some institutes they may have teach them all of them at once by using them on a rectangle or a circle or in other shapes, but most of them have different usages. You can do some creative things with wet tool and other tools. So let's get started. First of all, let's come to our wet tool. When you hover on your wet tool, they will show you some instructions that what can you do with your wet tool. What is its name? Wet tool. What's the shortcut? Shift plus W. And they have given you some instruction as well. Vary the thickness of stroke along their path. So if you go to shapes and draw a circle, let's get rid of the fill and let me draw one, increase the stroke, then go to the scissor. Where's the scissor? An eraser tool, cut it from here, and from here go and select your selection tool, delete it. Now let's come to our wet tool. Select your wet tool. By using or by selecting wet tool, you have an option by giving them thickness on any section of your stroke you want. For example, let's go to the center, click and drag. You can see how you increase the thickness from the center and slowly it got narrowed till the last section of your path. And the description or instructions they showed you with the wet tool, go to the corner or start of your path or end of your path, click and drag, they will give you something like this. If you go to the stroke and go to the caps, rounded cap, then it will show you something like this. After giving the thickness to the other end of your path, you can see these 2 points. When you click and hold that point, you can increase and decrease the thickness of other point or end of your path. Not just that, you can increase your width from the middle section as well. If you want to increase it, increase it. If you want to decrease it, decrease it. This is something else. Increase it from here, decrease it from here, then increase it back from here. So you guys can see how much functionalities does it have and how creative you can be with the width tool. Not just this, let's go to other shapes. For example, let's create an apple. Go to your pen tool. I'm more comfortable and relaxed with the pen tool, that's why I'm using it. You can use your shapes or rectangles. So far, it's just a shape created with line, no thickness, nothing. It looks a little bit weird. You can see I have drew half apple. Let's go to your width tool, come and click and drag, increase its thickness from the middle, go to the end of your apple line, decrease it from here, and let's decrease this one as well. You can just click here and here, and you can decrease your length from the middle too. Then come back to the line, the arc you have created, go to the end of your arc, decrease its width, and let's go to the other end of your line and decrease this one and increase the first one. This is how you can do your creative things with your width tool. And what else can be true? Let's draw a butterfly. Let me create an arc. And don't take my drawing seriously, I'm just drawing these things to make you understand with the tools I'm using it. If you guys want to draw something perfect, then you need to take time by drawing those shapes, those arts, whatever it is. Now if I click on my width tool and select the body first, increase its size a little bit, decrease it from both ends, or you can increase the head a little bit and the tail, it should be narrow. Then go back to our next line, increase its width, not that much, and decrease the both ends. So this is how your shapes can be more attractive than just a plain line. So this is our next shape. With a simple line, you can create something creative as well. Let me draw a simple line, increase its stroke so it's more visible for us. Go to our width tool, increase its head, increase the neck, you can say neck, then increase the body, then let's increase the legs, or you can say lower body. This is something we created with a single line. This is a lot of things. If I rotate it upside down, and let's take this point, I don't know, or if you rotate it sideways, it's more like a guitar for me. Is it? Maybe. So you can come up with creative ideas using your width tool, only width tool, nothing else. After weight tool, we have wrap tool. How can we use wrap tool? For the sake of learning wrap tool, let me draw a few shapes. For example, let me draw a circle. Let's get rid of the stroke and add some fill. Light blue. Now if I select all the circles and go to my wrap tool, wrap it up, draw things and just move your mouse around, you can see how good you can use your wrap tool on this. Not just this, you can increase and decrease the brush size and its intensity as well. Double click on it, you can have your wrap tool options. You can increase the width and height separately as well because they have given you separate options. But if you're gonna go 150 and this one 50, you can have something like this, and you can give your shape some curves or make it wiggle. Next, if you double click on it, come back to our height and width, make it 150. You can rotate its angle if it is not the same height and width. Okay, this is something you can get with that. Double click on it, let's come back to our 150, then the angle doesn't matter because the both size, height and width are the same. You can play with your intensity. If I put it 100%, you can see how far they have stretched it. If I decrease the intensity to 10%, then it will be really small and your shape won't lose its, or your design won't lose its shape. If I just get rid of all of them, double click on it, the intensity is 10, yeah, good, and let me apply it on my shape. You can see how slightly it affected on your shape or circle or design, whatever it is. This is how you can play with your wrap tool. You can apply this online as well. Let's draw a line. Give it some stroke, increase its stroke. Now go to your wrap tool. You can play with your wrap tool like this. And if you have text, for example, let's write something. Learn with Fana. Increase the size. Go back to your wrap tool and apply on it. It says the selection artwork contains text which must be converted to outline before being used. Now here is something you need to know. If you are using it on text tool, after using this, your text won't be editable. For example, you have written learn with Fana and you applied your wrap tool on it, then you want to change it, learn with someone else, whoever it is, or just delete your learn with Fana will be left, then those changes won't be possible. Why? Because first you need to change it from text to outline. By doing so, you need to right click on it, right click on your text and click on create outline. Now you can do all the changes you want. If the size is really large, go double click on it, decrease its size to 50 only, or maybe smaller. Let's go double click on it and make it 20. This is something you can come up with your right tool using on text. After wrap tool, we have twirl tool. The same thing, let's apply it on line and our circles and text as well. Click your twirl tool, increase its size by increasing it, the same process which was used by wrap tool. Double click on it, increase your height and width, to 150, 150. Okay. So if I just click and hold this section, it won't affect because maybe the intensity is not enough. No, it's not a problem. I'm using it on my shape and I have selected my text. That's why whichever tool you are using by your shape, that shape should be selected first. Let's select this one, go to our twirl tool and just click and hold. This is how your shape will look like. If I increase the size to 550, this is how I can apply, or I can be more creative with my shapes, with my designs, or with the tools I am using it on my designs. You can decrease its intensity. For example, let's go to the 10%, Control T, and click and hold. It will affect slightly on your designs. If you go back to your intensity, make it 100%, then click OK. If you click on it, then it will apply it much faster than it was on 10%. If you go back to your twirl tool, twirl tool, make it 50, no, 550 is enough. Increase its intensity to 10%, back to the 10%, click and hold. This is how you can apply on your text. If you don't want it like that, go double click on it, decrease its size to 50. Okay, this is how you can apply it on your, you can do it in line as well. First select it, then go to your twirl tool. These are the things you can do with your twirl tool. If you wanna create or make a lollipop, go draw a line, go to your twirl tool, double click on it, scale the size or increase the size to 250. Yeah, go to the top, maybe increase some intensity as well, make it 50. Click and hold. You can see how easily we created a lollipop. If you go back to your wet tool, select it and decrease its size. Decrease it from both ends, maybe from the last end, and this your lollipop will look like this. After twirl tool, we have Curvature tool. Our shape is created. Now let's go to our wrap tool and select our pucker tool. If you go to the corner of your second shape and just click and hold for select all of them, then go select your pucker tool. Let's come here, click and hold, then all the corners or shapes which are inside the circles or brush I have created or I have resized, those things will be stretch to the center of your brush. Or if you decrease the size of it or intensity of this one, let's go to the 10%, go and click in here, it will be a little bit slower than the first time we did on our top left corner of our shape. And if you go to your circle, click and hold, first you need to select it, obviously, then all of them will be stretched to the one point. This is applicable on your line as well. And this is also applicable on your text. Now after Pucker tool, we have blot tool. Blot tool acts the same like your Pucker tool, but it's the reverse one. You can say it reverse. Select your shape. Go and select your blot tool. Click and hold. It will just blow the points away from the circle or move the points away from the center point of your brush. That's how you can play with your blot tool. After blot tool, we have scallop tool. For presenting scallop tool, we need to, let's get rid of all these shapes. Let me draw another rectangle, change its color to light blue maybe, and let's select our scallop tool. So this is something we have created with our scallop tool. After scallop tool, we have crystallize tool. For knowing the crystallize tool, we need to draw some shapes. Let's get rid of the fill, give it some stroke, and increase the stroke. Let me copy it a bit, go to the effects, maybe object, transform, scale each 45 degree, copy. Control D to repeat the same action, and go to your crystallize tool, increase the size to 300 or 400, increase the intensity to 15. Okay, just click on it, or select all the shapes you have created, go to your crystallize tool, click in, hold. Then your shape will look something like this. Isn't it interesting? I think it is. If you just increase your crystallize tool a bit more to 800, then it will stretch it more. You can create something like this with your crystallize tool. You can select each one of them, change its color. Maybe this one yellow, this one red, and this one can be blue, and the last one, which color should I select? Orange. You guys can see how easily these shapes are made by just using your crystallize tool, scallop tool, twirl tool, and the last one is wrinkle tool, giving some wrinkles to your shape. Let me write something, for example, design. Increase its size, hold shift. Let me change the font to the bottle. I use this font a lot. Yeah, make it outline or create outline. Go to your wrinkle tool, double click on it, decrease its size to 100 and decrease the height to 200. Let's see how it looks. Maybe decrease it more by holding your Alt and moving your mouse around. Go to here and first of all decrease its intensity to 50%. And let's come back to our shapes, maybe decrease its size more. So this is how we can play out with the last tool, which is wrinkle tool. These tools are really effective. They are not here for nothing. Most of the people who teach these tools, they will say they are just here. You can play wherever you want, wherever is needed. So They won't tell you how can you use it, where can you use it, how creative can you be with all these tools. So these were the effectiveness of these tools, and these were the benefits of using these tools. In this video, we're gonna look at free transform tool. By the way, we have selection tool, direct selection tool, through which we can rotate the object, scale the object, even change the location of each anchor point. So why do we need free transform tool? To demonstrate free transform tool, first let's over on our free transform tool. It will show you and give you a few hints how can you use the free transform tool. What is the shortcut? It's E, rotate, scale, share, and distort the object. For doing so, I need a rectangle first. Let's change the fill color to black maybe. Now if you click on your free transform tool, they will give you a few options. You can scale, rotate, and increase the height and weight of your object the same way you did it before. But what else can we do? Now if you go in over on the top path of your shape, click and drag on the left or right side, then it will share your object or shape. The one thing we can do with that, by selecting your free transform tool, they will give you a few more options as well. You can change the perspective or perspective distort. You can also do free distort. Perspective distort, if you click on one point and decrease the size of it, the other side will automatically be decreased. And if you increase it from the one side, the other side will be automatically increased. The next one is free distort. Free distort, if you go and click and hold one anchor point, you can position it freely wherever you want. Now, how can we use this tool effectively or creatively? First of all, let me write a text. Create outline, make a copy of it, Control D to duplicate it a few times, and let me group it. Now the one thing I can do, go select your free transform tool, click on your perspective distort, click and hold the top right corner or anchor point of your shape and decrease the size. The same way, but increase the size from the bottom. Let's scale it up, hold shift, so we do not use our perspective. Now what can we do? Hold alt and click and drag to take a copy of it, hold shift, right click on it, go to your transform, reflect horizontally, click OK. Now the same thing we can do with the two sides, left and right. Take a copy, just hold it from here, rotate it. Now bring it on the right side. Bring it down. Now take a copy of it. Sorry, take the copy of only right side. Right click, transform, reflect, now horizontally, okay? Now if I just take or create another shape here, right click on it, arrange it, send to back, and what I will do, change the color of my text to white, a little bit gray. The last one I can do, just go to eyedropper tool, click on it, and it will automatically take the color of your shape here too.
So this is how you can use your free transform tool. In free transform tool, there is another tool which is called Puppet Wrap tool. Puppet Wrap tool is also available in Photoshop. It's also available in After Effects. What can you do with Puppet Wrap tool? Let me take another project. Increase the stroke. Now if you go and click on your Puppet Wrap tool, this will give you a mesh through which you can click on the both ends. First of all, when you click on your Puppet Wrap tool, it will give you a mesh, and this is the point from where your object or path will be rotated, or you can change the position of your each point which you have marked on your design or path or whatever it is. If you click on the center, now if you're moving this section or this point, then it will only rotate or move from the center. It won't affect on the other side of your line or path. Let me draw a straight line first. Now there are two ends to this line of yours. If you click in the middle, you can add another point. Now you can slowly bend this line from the center or from the middle. If I click here, I can bend it from the sides as well. If I increase or move the first point I have added to the top and the second to the bottom, then it will give me a nice bend line. So this is another tiny tool in Illustrator through which you can bend the lines, or which is bended, you can straighten it as well. For example, if I have a vector design and its hand is a little bit bended and I wanna straighten it this much, we can straighten it through the Puppet Wrap tool. If it is straight hand, I'm sorry, this side is not visible, so I'm going to demonstrate it this way. If it is straight line or straight hand, you're going to mark a point here, you're going to mark a point in the shoulder, on the shoulder, and you're going to mark the point in here as well. From this point, if you're going to rotate or change the position, it will be bended. But if you have a point on the shoulder and you have another point at the other end of your hand, then if you change the position of this point, it will only be rotated from your shoulder. But if you have another point here, then it will be rotated from your elbow. So this is the basic concept of Puppet Wrap tool. I hope you guys understood, and I hope you have better use of Puppet Wrap tool in your project. Now it's time to level up our designs. Today we're going to look at Shape Builder tool. Shape Builder tool is the most interesting tool in your Illustrator. Through Shape Builder, you can create your logos effectively and easily. Let's take Twitter logo. Before applying our Shape Builder tool on our Twitter logo, first we need to know the concept of Shape Builder tool. If you have 2 circles, 3 circles, maybe 2 circles, let's swipe the colors, and I have another circle as well, and I'm gonna select both of them. Then I am gonna select my Shape Builder tool. Through Shape Builder tool, I can merge these 2 circles as well, and I can subtract some parts of the circles from the other parts as well. If I over on the first part of my circle, you can see there is a plus icon. Click and drag. You can see both shapes got added. And if I click on this section, you can see this section is totally separated. If I select all of it and go to my Shape Builder tool, click and drag and move through all parts of my shapes, then it will be a single object now. This is the first concept of my Shape Builder tool, not just my Shape Builder tool, all Shape Builder tools. Next thing is, if you hold Alt on your keyboard and click, just click. If you don't drag, it doesn't matter. Then it will deduct that point of the shape from my other shapes. And if I want to delete the other part of my shape, I can simply hold Alt and click and drag. That section will be deleted. And if I click hold, just click in the middle of the design or shape which is intersect of these 2 circles, then that section will be deleted and the 2 sides will be remained. Simply if I select these 2, only those 2 will be deleted and the center will be remained. So this is the basic concept of my Shape Builder tool. Now what can we do with Shape Builder tool? For example, take another circle, take a copy, bring it here. increase the size of it, take another copy, increase the size more, take another copy and decrease the size till here. Let me take a line, change its location till this point. Select all of it, go to your shape builder tool, or maybe let's change the fill to stroke, stroke to black, and fill should be none. Select all of it, go and select your shape builder tool. Now I can create a cloud. The cloud logo, if you have seen with your Adobe Creative Cloud or other softwares which are included in cloud, the logo of cloud is almost like this. And we can also do, for example, if I go and create a circle, increase the stroke, take a copy and take another copy, select all of them, go to your object, expand them. Now select your shape builder tool, hold Alt to delete these outside circles or half circles of your design. Now let's merge, I think, this line, this line, and this line. Now let's change its color to gradient. Select gradient, go to your white color, change the white to. This is how you can create your basic logos with the help of Shape Builder tool. Now what else can we do? People who are creating logos, who are logo designers, they usually use Shape Builder tool. How? Now if you guys look at this Twitter logo, this logo is created by circles. Take one circle, change it to strokes, the basic color, and change it to black so it's more visible. Okay, the first section, now take another copy. So far it looks too messy, but by the time you guys select all the circles, now let's go to your Shape Builder tool, hold Alt, then delete all the overlapping parts of your circles. And now release the Alt key of your keyboard and then merge all the inner side of your circles to create a single shape. And this is how our Twitter logo is created. Now we can see how effective Shape Builder tool is. Through Shape Builder tool, you can just draw some lines, circles, rectangles, triangles to make or to create the outlines of your logo or designs or the shape, whatever it is. Through Shape Builder tool, get the overlapping points and merge the connected points or the points which are inside your shape. Your logo will be created. Welcome back to our next lesson, and this is me, Fana, your instructor, guide, and friend in this channel. In our previous lesson, we studied about Shape Builder tool, but inside Shape Builder tool, there are two other tools as well: Live Paint Bucket and Live Paint Selection tool. In this video, we're gonna cover what are those two tools and how can we use them. First of all, we need to have a few shapes to use our paint, Live Paint Bucket and Live Paint Selection tool. I'm gonna draw one circle. Let's change this color to black and take a few copies of it. Then I'm gonna select all of them, go to my Shape Builder tool and select Live Paint Bucket. In Live Paint Bucket, I can color them separately, and I can color each and every part of my circle with a different color. How? With arrow keys. First of all, we need to know from where or which color does our Live Paint Bucket tool selects, and or from where it picks the colors. Simply it picks from these swatches. What are the swatches? These are the swatches. If you don't have the swatches here, go to your window and this is the swatches. Click on it and it will appear. If I hover on my shape, you can see three color squares. The first one and the middle one is none because I have selected my fill with none. There is no fill. Then if you click on the arrow key, right arrow key of your keyboard, it will shift the color from none to white. If you want to click white, or if you want to fill this part of your circle with white, click on it. If you click arrow key again, then it will shift it to black. Now you can see in the middle there is a black color. You can fill it with black. On the left side, white color, and on the right side, red color. And if you come to the swatches, you can see in the middle, I have black. On the left side, I have white, and on the right side, I have black. If I click right key of my arrow key again, then the red color will be in the middle, left side will be black, and right side will be yellow. Voila, that's it. So this is where the Live Paint Bucket selects the colors. I hope you guys understood. If you want to arrange it or if you want to have your own colors, you can put it on swatches. Then you can easily pick colors and add or apply it on your circles, design, shapes, whatever it is, easily. You don't need to go to your foreground color and double click on it, select the colors, and then again fill it here. For different color, again you need to go there, change the color. The same process will be repeated several times. Therefore, we have Live Paint Bucket. I'm gonna fill it with red or maybe black, this section with red. Then again, I'm gonna click my left arrow key to go back on black color, click on it, right click of your arrow key to shift it to red color, click, and if you go and go on, there are a bunch of colors or a lot of colors you can select and apply it on your shapes. But I'm gonna stick with black and red. What are the difference between applying colors with Paint Bucket tool and applying colors on your shapes or circles manually? Let's draw a few more circles. Now, if I double click on it, change its color to orange, and I double click on it, change its color to blue, and this one red. Let's get rid of these two. Now each circle of mine has taken color separately. This is a whole separate circle, it's not merged. But what happens to the intersect section of my two colors or two circles? They do not take colors. They have their own circle color, which is behind the red color or behind the shape, which is in front of your shape. I hope you guys understood. But in this section, or while we use Live Bucket tool or Live Paint Bucket tool, you can give colors to each circles or to each section of your circles. After applying Live Paint Bucket, all of them will be in a single group. You haven't grouped it yet, but at the time you use your Live Paint Bucket tool, it will be automatically in group. Click on it. If you don't have your ungroup option, first expand it. Okay. Now right click on it. You have your ungroup option here as well. And you have your ungroup option in this section too. Now you can Is it ungrouped? I don't think so. Now it is ungrouped. Each section of your circle is a separate shape now. This is what Live Paint Bucket does. What else can we do? Earlier I draw shapes with my ellipse tool. Now I'm going to draw shapes with a pencil tool. Let me draw one circle here and let me draw another here. Now if I select both of them and go to my Live Paint Bucket, if you click here it will work obviously, and here it will work too, but this section won't get any type of colors. Why? Because you have a gap here. You don't need to worry about that. We have a solution for that as well. Just go to your object menu and come down to your Live Paint, then to gap option. In gap option, we have already selected my gap option, but paint stops at small gaps. But the gap we have is a larger gap. So we select large gaps and OK. After that, when I click on it, now sometimes this option also won't work. Then what will be the solution? We also have an option for that. Go back to your option, go to your Live Paint, go to your gap option. Then instead of selecting large gaps, click on your custom gaps. In custom gaps, you can increase the pixels of gaps. How many pixels do we have right now? 12 pixels. I can increase it. The last pixel should be 72. We can increase it till 72 pixel gap to fill it with our Live Paint Bucket. So this is a solution 2. Now there is another scenario. If I go to ellipse tool, add 2 colors and just take a copy, select both of them, increase the stroke. Now can I add colors to my strokes? If I select both of them, go to my Live Paint Bucket, red here and yellow here. Put my blue color here as well. Now how can I apply colors on my stroke? On my stroke I can't apply any colors. For doing so you need to do what? Double click on your Live Paint Bucket tool. The Live Paint Bucket options will appear. You can see in the options I only have paint fill. I can also check the paint stroke. Then I can apply paints on my stroke. Just go to yellow or gray, magenta, and well, we can orange. Now if I go and expand them, okay, ungroup them, you can see my each section has taken colors separately. My strokes and my fills. This is how you can apply colors to a stroke, apply colors to a circle by simply selecting your Live Paint Bucket tool and applying colors to your shapes which has open path shapes. Now what can we do with Live Paint Selection tool? With Live Paint Selection tool, we can't do anything special. We can't move any color, we can't move any shape, but we can select multiple colors. If I select this one, hold my shift, this one, hold shift, and select all of them, all the shapes you wanna change its color, then click on any color you want. Select this one, hold shift, select all of them, change the color to the colors you want. This is how Live Paint Selection tool works. So this was the tools inside Shape Builder tool. If you guys understood, that will be good. If you haven't, watch it again. In this video, we're gonna look at Perspective tool. How can we use Perspective tool? How creative can we be with Perspective tool? And a lot of other stuff. Let's jump to the screen of your computers. First, if you click on your Perspective Guide tool, it will automatically give you a guide, a perspective guide. There are 2 things which will be appeared on your screen by just clicking your Perspective Guide tool. First, it will be your perspective, and the next thing, this little icon. What this little icon does, we will look at it a bit later, but first we need to know the grid we have. This is the grid you can see it's in a 2 perspective. We have three options. Go to your view. There is a menu perspective guide. You have 1 point perspective. This is 1 point perspective. This is, where is it? 2 point perspective. And the last one is 3 point perspectives. We have 3 point perspective grid in our perspective grid tool. Manually, we work in 2 point perspective view. In 2 point perspective, we have 2 points left and right. You can also come to the bottom of your perspective. First, if you click and drag, it will squeeze your right perspective. If you click and drag, you can also squeeze your left perspective. If you come here and click and drag, you can increase or decrease the grids you have. If you come here, you can bring your plane up and down. And if you come here to these circles, it will separate your grids. If you need it sometimes, you can separate it. If you not, leave it the way it is. The last but not least, these handles, if you click and drag this one, it will change the perspective view of your grid. And if you come and click and drag this one, it will change the whole location of your grid. So this is how your perspective grid works. If you have messed up to your perspective grid, just go back to your view, perspective grid, click on 2 point perspective. It will go back to your normal position. Now what can we do with our perspective? Just go to your rectangle. If I just come to my grid and draw a rectangle here, it will draw a rectangle in the perspective I am drawing. Like this perspective on the left side, it also faces to the left side. And then it will draw on the left side. Change its color. Let's get rid of the stroke. Change the fill to blue. And I can also go to my ellipse tool. Just draw an ellipse. Now if I move my ellipse tool, you can see it moves, but it's not moving in our perspective. For moving it in the same perspective, what do we mean by in our perspective? You can see the grids which are near to me are bigger than the grids which are further than me, which are smaller. Now, if I bring this ellipse shape of mine to this position, it should increase its size. And if I move it further, then it should decrease its size. Now it's not working. Why? Because we have another tool, which is perspective selection tool. Perspective selection tool moves the shape according to the perspective or the perspective view of mine. If I bring it here, you can see the size of my ellipse is getting increased. If I move it further, you can see the size of my ellipse is getting decreased. This is how perspective selection tool works. Now I have a question. I draw a shape here. It is facing to the left side of my screen. What do you think? If I shape in this section, would it be facing to the right side or to the left side? Let's try it and let's see. Still, it is facing to the right side of my screen. Why? Now here's the place which this little icons of our works. I have selected the left grid of mine. That's why wherever I draw things, it will be applied on the left side of my grid. If I select the right side of the grid, now whatever I draw or wherever I draw my shape, it will only work on my right side. Understood? If I click on the bottom, then it will only work on the bottom of my screen or perspective. It looks messy. Let's get rid of all these shapes. And what can we do? I can just draw a shape here, then change its color to a little bit lighter. Select this grid, right click, draw another shape here. If you want to get rid of this grid, just go to your grid, exit it, it will be deleted. Let's play with our perspective tool a little bit more. Let me just put 3 grids. Let me increase its size. Now if I go to my rectangle, I can draw one rectangle in. Okay, select my left grid, draw a rectangle here and color it red. Okay, black stroke, increase its stroke. Draw another and another. Let me fill all the grids with the. Now change the perspective. And now here we just draw ourselves a Rubik's Cube. Let's move it here. Let's draw something else. For example, if I go back to my perspective tool, go to View, Perspective, send it back to our normal. What else can we do? Let me draw let's draw a rectangle on the right side and another on the left side. Let me decrease the strokes to 1 and another shape. Here's the shape in here. Now let me play with the color a bit. Let's change its color to maybe black. This one to gray. This one to darker gray. I can do one thing more. I can also do the same thing in the bottom of my grid. The right side, left side. And in my z-axis, I can say, click on it, go to our eyedropper tool, click on this one to copy paste the same color, hold Control to select this one, click on left shape of yours to copy the same color, click on this one and this is the same color we have. Now let's get rid of my circle. This is a box which is open. How can we play with this? Draw another circle to make it more realistic or visible. This is the circle I have. And let's change this color to blue. Maybe let me put a gradient color. Yeah, what is gradient? We will have a full lesson on gradient color, how to apply it, how to do its setting, where will be it suitable to use it. So don't worry about that, we'll cover that. I'm just applying a simple gradient color on this. Click on this one, this, and the last one, right click on it, arrange, bring to front. Now the circle is inside the box I have. This is how you can play with your perspective tool. So there are a lot of other options you can do things or create things, create houses, create any 3D shapes, draw any 3D shapes you have in mind with the help of perspective grid tool. You may guys have heard about mesh tool, how it works. We have worked on selection tools, we have worked on gradient. Have you? No, we haven't worked on gradient tool. Next tool which we're gonna look at will be gradient tool. We can give colors to shapes, to our illustrations in many other ways. For example, we have given color in solid. We can also give color in gradient, which we can look in our next video. But today, how can we give colors in random places? If you guys have hundreds of anchor points, you can give hundreds of different colors through mesh tool. So let's come to our screen. This tool is called mesh tool, which is after perspective grid tool. In mesh tool, when you overrun it, it will guide you how it works. The tool name is mesh tool. The shortcut key is U. create and edit meshes and mesh envelopes. For example, let's create a circle or whatever shape you're okay with, create it. Right now it has a white, solid white color. First, let's change it so it's more visible. For example, I'm gonna give orange color. Now when you click on your mesh tool, first of all, the object you want to apply mesh tool on should be selected. Then it will give you something like this. If you are not overt on your object, it won't give you any option. But when you over an object, then it will give you a plus mark and with a grid. Wherever you want to click, you can create an anchor point there. If you click here, it also creates anchor points. It will be in the shape of plus. The other lines will be automatically connect to the other points, whether it is overlapping, crossing a point, or whether it is ending the shape. Right now we are not looking to something like this. I'm just demonstrating to you guys how it works, how mesh tool works. After creating some anchor points or vertex, let's go click on your direct selection tool and click on your vertex or anchor point, whichever anchor point you want to change its color. After selecting the anchor point, let's come to your solid colors and change it to something red. And if you click on this anchor point, change it to something like this. Not just the middle anchor points you have created, you can also change the anchor points which are at the edge of your shape. Click on it, go to your colors, change its color to whichever color suits your design. To work with our mesh tool in more advanced way, I've selected a fruit for you guys. How can we create this fruit through our mesh tool? This is the fruit I've selected. First of all, what will be the first thing we're gonna do? Right, we're gonna create a shape. For example, let's go to our pen tool. I'm gonna create. If you're not selecting your pen tool, you can also work with your ellipse tool. Just go and create an ellipse. And if you further make it more accurate, go add some anchor points. The next thing which we're gonna do is directly jumping to our mesh tool. Go to your mesh tool. First of all, change the color so we can easily see our mesh which is created on our shape. Okay, the thing which we have forgotten about is creating a new layer and moving your path or creating your path in the next layer. Earlier, when I was creating our mesh, I have moved or mistakenly moved my shape. For locking the shape, you can easily go and click on your layer in which the reference image is. Go to this three lines or options, go click on template, then it will be locked. Now you can't move it, it's not movable. You can easily create your shape. But right now, I don't need that. Let's get rid of the template. Let's create the mesh on our avocado. Change the color to something like this. So I can see my mesh which is in orange color. The color of shape which we created was orange too, so it was a little bit hard to see. Let's divide the shape or let's create the mesh. As much lines as you create, the more details you can give to your shape. So far this much is enough. The next process will be coloring each anchor points. In our presentations or earlier, which we practiced our mesh on the circle or ellipse tool, in that we didn't need to see the reference. But right now, how can we give the exact color to exact vertex from the reference? The shortcut key or the easy way is go to this layer is your reference image and this one is your illustration. Hold Control key and click on this visibility toggle. Then the only segments will be visible. Other parts are polygons or surface or fill color. It is there, but you can't see it. You have clicked on invisibility of your fill, so you can easily find out which color should I give to which vertex. Now let's go and click on your direct selection tool. Select all the vertex which are on the edge of your shape. Done. go to your eyedropper tool, click on the darker point of your reference image or fruit, whatever it is. Now I have given single color, darker color to the border of my shape. If you go and hold Control again and click on this, you can see the edge is colored dark, but the problem is in our reference image it's not that dark, or the darkness is not that much, which overlaps the other part of your shape. So what we do, go again to your mesh tool, we can create another thin line. Yeah, that's enough. And select all the other vertex which you have created with this thin line. And select this color, so the only border should get the color of dark edge. And let's get rid of all the other vertex, or let's give color to all the other vertex so I can have only a thin line of my dark border. The one thing you guys may have thought that how can I switch between the tools in my toolbar to direct selection tool and eyedropper tool without using any shortcut key or without pressing each shortcut key of my tools? It's an easy way. Go to your direct selection tool, then click on your eyedropper tool. What can you do through that? When you click on your eyedropper tool, before eyedropper tool you have selected direct selection tool. By the time you hold Control, it directly jumps to your direct selection tool, but it hasn't selected here. So you can easily hold your Control, select your direct selection tool. When you release hold button, it will change back to your eyedropper tool. So this is the way. Let's go back to your layer, hold our Control, click on it, select all the vertex around the edge. Then select the color which is near to the vertices you have selected. Then when you go back to your visibility, so this is the second line you have created. The problem is we haven't set color to this line of our shape. That is why it gives you a yellow color. So the next thing will be changing the color of these vertex. Voila, the next step is also done. Let's come to the second layer, the third layer, this one. Select all the vertices and add this color. The next layer, the question is, why haven't we set the colors for? One thing I want to make sure you guys understood, that the more vertex you add, the more anchor points you add, the more accurate the colors get. For example, if I add another line here, because it's too thick, the colors are spread too much, and I can give accurate colors to this line as well. And the next thing, I want to make you guys sure that why we haven't colored this part of my avocado, because we are going to create another shape for that. Let's go and hide this one. Let's create another layer, and in this layer I'm gonna create a circle through my selection tool, direct selection tool, pen tool. Our shape is done. The next part will be mesh tool. Let's create a mesh. In this mesh we are going to create a lot of lines so we can get exact colors. Our mesh is created. The next thing is coloring the mesh. Go to your direct selection tool and click back on your eyedropper tool. Let's select the vertex which are located on the edge of your shape or circle, whatever you have drew. Okay, till this section I'm gonna color the dark area because it is darker. From here on I'm gonna color each one separately because the color is blended here. So when it is blended, then it should get several colors. Now one thing you can also do with, you can relocate your mesh as well. Like at this point I'm gonna hold it here, drag it here to make this circle perfect. At this point I'm gonna bring it down here. So this is how it will look. Let's select all these points and add this color. Select this point, add this color, select this point, and one by one select all the colors you have in your circle. When you click back on your shape, still we don't have much mesh or much anchor points to give accurate colors. Still you can add meshes here. Go to your mesh tool. When you click on your mesh, click here so you can add another mesh. You click this here, see, it's easy. You can give points, you can give colors, or wherever you want to put anchor points, you can do that. But not single anchor point. You're gonna add a full row or column of line. Now let's do the process to all the other vertex of my shape. Okay, so far so good. The only thing which we need to do some troubleshooting, these points like this, the lines should be more aligned or it shouldn't be blended. So for that, let's arrange or let's bring these anchor points closer. And let's change these colors to something like this. Yeah, I think it looks good. Now let's turn on the other shape of ours. So this is something we have created with the help of our mesh tool from the reference we had. So we created something like this with the help of this image we have through mesh tool and Illustrator. Now you guys know you can give color or you can make each vertex obtain a different color. So this was mesh tool. Practice it, design something, share with me in my Facebook channel or Instagram or in the comments of this video. To know what's gradient tool, we need to have a shape first. Change its color to something more visible. We have two types of color. In previous video we have worked on our mesh tool. How can we give colors or apply colors to different vertices? If you haven't watched that video, the link will be here. Click on it, watch that video and come back to our gradient tool. There's one way you can give gradient color to your shape. When you see to your shape right now, it's a solid color. Where have we selected our solid color? We click on the foreground color and change the color to something tan. The next thing, you can also none the color so there is no fill color. In the middle, if you see, there is the gradient option. Click on it. Then the gradient color will be applied on your shape. After applying gradient color to your shape, this window will be appeared. If it doesn't appear, like this closed, go to your window and voila, click on your gradient. This is how you can change the colors of your gradient in your circle or shape, whatever it is. At the top of the window we have types. Right now it's linear. You can have radial and you can have your freeform. Change the points. You can also apply the colors. You can do a bunch of things with that. But to know the basics, we gotta work on radial or linear. Then we have these colors before we come to the angles or anything else, because we can change these angles from somewhere else too. How can we add colors to these points? Double click on it. Then the color plate or panel will be appeared. You can also give color from this section for color, and you can also give colors from swatches, or you can pick color from Any spot you have or you have set your color plates, you can spot from there too. From swatches, select whichever color is in your swatches or you have added in your swatches, you can do that. If the color is not visible or not available in your swatches, go click on your color. Now, if you guys have noticed, earlier we only had white and black. Right now, I have CMYK color plates. We can change all these things from here. Earlier it was grayscale. If you are okay with RGB, you can change to the RGB settings. SHB, hue, saturation, brightness, you can change to that. If you're okay with CMYK, you can add the CMYK, but I am more comfortable with hue, saturation, and brightness. I can set the hue wherever I want. I can set the saturation and also the brightness. Okay, let's double click on the next color and go to saturation. And let's make it darker. This is how I can set my gradient color. These are the two colors I have added. I can also add another color. If you come and look at this point, this is the blend point of your gradient. If I drag it here, so you can see the brighter color is lesser than the darker one. If I drag it from here, I can also change from this spot as well. See, the changes are the same. I can also add another color. If I double click on it, add something like dark or black or red and bring this point to this section. This is how the gradient works. Now you can also change it from linear to radial. And radial, the same process, you can add it and you can change the colors you want. Let's get rid of this one, set it back to here. And where can we change all these settings? You can also apply it like this. You can set it from here to wherever point you want. And then I can also drag it from start. I can do it like this. I can do it like this. Now you guys know the basic usages of the gradient tool. Let's apply it and let's use gradient tool in one of our logos. Not our logos, I have downloaded from the Google. We can add gradient tool to this. Select your gradient and right now black and white, I'm okay with that. And let's set it like this. You guys may have know the usages of eyedropper tool in Photoshop, other softwares. Eyedropper only pick a single color or from a single pixel, then apply it on the shape you have selected. But in Illustrator, if it is a solid color like this, eyedropper tool will pick the solid color and apply it on your shape. But if it is a gradient color, then it will take the gradient color and apply it on your shape. So select all these shapes, click on the eyedropper tool and pick the gradient from reference you have. Now the one thing we're gonna do, change the gradient direction. Yeah, this is okay. Which one looked better, the solid one or the gradient one? A single gradient color can bring a massive change in your design. So this is how you can use it. Use it in your logos, use it in your design, use it in your illustrations, and send it to me, show me how you guys have obtained the knowledge of your gradient tools. In this video, we're gonna look at the next tool, which is blend tool. You guys know the meaning of blend, which transforms its shape, its color from one to another slowly, so you cannot see the difference between these two colors, these two shapes, or whatever it is. That's how blend works. Let's go to the computer screen and let's see how blend tool works. This is the tool we are talking about. For using the blend tool, let me show you guys the first thing, which is in colors. This is the one shape. Let's change this color to red. Let's take a copy and change its color to something. Now select both of them, go to your blend tool, click on this one, then click on the top line. Then you can see the color is slowly blended from green to red. How else can we use the blend tool? For example, let's take a circle and let's consider a star. If I select both of them, go to your blend, click on the first one and bottom one, then click on the second one. From circle, it will blend and it will shape the last shape, which will be the star. You guys have the options and blend tool, double click on it. The blend options will appear. If you can't work in your double click or if your mouse doesn't work, go to the objects, come to the blend and blend option. Here is where you can edit the blend option or blend tool. Let's do Ctrl Z so we can do our changes and see the differences. It is smooth, the spacing is smooth. Let's change it to steps. Now if I add 2 steps and then blend them, it will only create 2 shapes because we gave them the direction of 2 spaces. And if I click on this, go to 200 space. Now if I click and blend them, then there won't be any line left or space left. It will shape it from circle to star. If you can't see it or if it isn't visible, let's do what? Change the color of first and bottom shape to red. Then select both of them, click on blend tool, click on this one and this one. Then you can see the difference. It blended from the red to green. If you change its color to white, then it will change from white to green. Next, what can we do with blend tool? Let me write something. Go to your type tool, let's write Fana, change to Roboto. Then right click on it, create outline. Let's take a copy of it, scale it up and change its color to red. Red is fine. Select both of them, go to blend, click on this, then click on this. It will create a 3D logo. You can take another copy of it, select both of them, blend them and then bring this back and change its color to something. Then you can see the exact 3D form it got to the design. We blend 2 options, we blend 2 shapes, then we give another color to the top of it so I can see my top shape clearly. What else can we do in our blend tool? For example, we can also use blends in our splines. For example, if you go to your object and go to blend, this is how you can make and release your blend. If you don't want this blend, click on it, go to options, blend, release blend, then it will be unblended. If you go back to blend, make blend, then it will be blended again. The options we talked about, you can set the steps, you can set it smooth. They expand. When you expand it, then it will not be editable anymore. Right click on it, ungroup it. All the layers you have will be separated to different layers till the last one. So this is what expand means. You can expand it from group, expand. Here is also the expand option you have for any object, not just blend. If you guys have done 3D, you can also expand your 3D appearance. If you have strokes, you can expand strokes. Then when we go back to blend, we have replace on spline. How can we do the spline thing on this? Let's create a circle first and let's add some gradient. Change the color to yellow, bright yellow, and this one to orange. Change the gradient direction to something like this here. Scale it down, take a copy, select both of them and blend them. This is the first step. Now, how can you apply it on spline? This is my reference. First of all, let's write hey. Now what can we do if you go on your blend and spline? It's not available unless you select both of them. Then click on your object, go to spline. What it does when you click on it, it puts this shape or this design you have blended on the direction of the hey you have written. What else can we do? Let's decrease the size. Select both of them. Go to your object, blend and blend on spline. If you want to make it more smoother, go back or undo with Ctrl Z, select this one, click on your object, blend, release blend, go to the blend options. Let's increase space to from 500 to 600. Okay. And blend them. You can blend it from here as well, and we can also go back to object, blend and make blend. Select both of them, object, blend and blend to spline. Now it's more smoother than earlier. We can go back, go to the object, blend option. Let's do it 1000. Blend them. Select both of them, come to blend and blend on spline. Now it's smoother than it was earlier. You can see how nice it looks. It looks something like 3D colors or 3D pipe we have. We can resize each circle of them by double click on them so it is isolated. Click it and resize it. You can see the top section is thicker and the bottom one is thinner. We can make it more thin. This is how my spline or make to spline works, or a place to spline works. We can go back to our blend. The next one is reverse spline, so the thickness will come to the bottom and the thinness will go to the top. Now the next one you have is reverse front to back. These lines you can see they are in the back, these are in the front. Now if you click on it, the back line will come over the front line, then this one will be the back and this one will be the front. Click on it. So this was the blend tool. I hope you guys understood. If you liked the video and you got something from it, share it with your friends, subscribe the channel and make your friends subscribe it too. Today we are going to take a look at another tool, which is symbol spray tool. How to create a symbol and how to use symbol spray tool. So let's go to our computer screen. Okay, previously we covered blend tool and today we are going to look at our symbol spray tool. The shortcut is Shift+S. When you click on your symbol spray tool, if you click on your output, it doesn't work. It says please select a symbol from the symbol panel first. Before doing so, we need to open our symbol panel. It's right here. If you can't find it here, go to Window and here it is, Symbols. In Symbols, you can add symbols from your library, whichever symbol you are okay with. These are the symbols which are already existed in your Illustrator. If you want to create your own symbol, for example, I'm going to create another symbol for myself. Let's get rid of fail and take another copy. Okay, let's go to Shape Builder tool. Hold on, delete all the overlapping segments. And then let's merge all of them. Our symbol is ready now. In order to add it to your symbols, first let's decrease its size. I think this much is enough. Drag it to your symbol panel, give it a name. Okay, and your symbol is ready. Now we don't need this shape. Delete it because it's already did its part. Go to your symbol spray tool. Click your or select your symbol. And now spray it. this is how your symbol spray tool works. If you double click on it, the window will appear. You can do some changes here. For example, let's do it 100 pixel, intensity to 3, symbol distance to 15, and okay. Changes we made is applied on our symbols. We don't just have symbol spray tool. If you click and hold on it, you can see other tools as well which are related to symbol spray tool. Click on your symbol shifter tool, and if you click on your closed bracket key of your keyboard, it will increase its size, or if you click on your open bracket on your keyboard, then it will decrease its size. Let's increase it first, and if I want to shift these shapes to whichever direction you like, you can just slide it to that direction. This is the second tool of your symbol spray tool. Click and hold. The next tool is symbol Curvature Tool. From its icon, you guys can understand that it just gathers symbols to a single point, or how can you say, gathered into one point. The next one is we have size, symbol sizer tool. By just clicking on them, you can increase its size. If you want to increase them more, just click and hold, and yeah, you can increase as much as your design demands. So after increasing, we have another tool here. Click and hold. You have spinner tool. If I want to spin it, one thing more, if you want to decrease the size, just hold your Alt key of your keyboard and click on it, then it will decrease its size. The sizes which are inside the circle or inside this area you have, set for them. Click on open bracket to decrease the size, hold it. So yeah, now we can decrease their sizes as well. Click and hold, we have spinner tool, symbol spinner tool. Click on them, whichever direction you want to spin them. Yeah, just click and drag to the direction you want to spin them, or you want to spin your symbols in your design or output. This is the symbol spinner tool. We have stainer tool. What the stainer tool does, it applies a single color or another color to your symbols, but blend them. For example, this one you can see it's not exact yellow. Here you can see it just changed them to orange, like between red and yellow. You can click on green from your swatches. Click on it and it will change into green. If you want to put orange, click on orange, then you can add orange colors. This is the stainer tools function. After stainer tool, we have symbol screener tool. If you want to fade out some symbols which you have sprayed on your artboard, you can just fade them out by your screener tool with the help of your screener tool. The more you click them, the more it fades out your symbols. And the last one is symbol style tool. To apply symbol style tool, it doesn't work like this. You need to do what? Please select a style from the graph styles panel. First, we need to go to window and click on our graph styles. Where it is? Here it is. Graph style, click on it. When your graph style appeared, click on one of the styles or select one of the styles. Just come and click on your arts or symbols. You can see it applies kind of texture to your symbols. I think you guys can see the changes. So this is how the symbol style tool works in your symbol spray tool. If you're about to create some infographics for your project or for yourself and you need to give them some charts, here's your graph tool. Click on your graph tool, and first of all, be sure you have selected your column graph tool. Before selecting your graph tool, you need to have some data. For example, let's go to Excel. Let's write the months first, Jan 23. Yeah, this much is enough. In here, for example, Udemy, Skillshare, Ulala. I think it's enough. Suppose at Udemy you have uploaded a course and you have gained $12 in January, February $16, May $24, April $7. Just give them random numbers. This is the data for which I want to create a columns in my Illustrator. Copy this, copy and go to your Illustrator. Click on your graph or column graph tool, click and drag and release. It will give you a panel in which you can copy your data, paste it, and OK. This is the data you have put your chart in. This is how it looks. First of all, let's cancel this or close it. Let's come to our charts. And what should we do? First of all, go to your group selection tool. Click on this one, double click. Let's get rid of the strokes from all of them. Yeah, strokes are off. Click on it, go to your scale tool, scale it down. Hold shift so you do not lose its perspective. There are few things you can change. In your chart. For example, let's change the colors first. Go to your group selection tool, click on this one, double click, and let's change its color to red. As you guys can see, we changed the color, but it didn't work because the color mode is in grayscale. Go to your colors. Here it is. If you can't find it here, go to window. Where's colors? Yeah, here it is. Click on this option, change it to RGB. Voila, your changes is made. Go to next one, double click on it, change its color to blue. Same, go change it from grayscale to RGB. And the last one is OK. The next thing we can see, the column or the graph is overlapping the chart. Let's click on this one, right click, hide it. If you can't hide it here, go to object, hide it from your object menu, go to your direct selection tool, select all of them, and okay, let's hold shift, deselect this January, and hold shift and drag it a bit. Yeah, that's fine. We can also select all these points, drag them too. Yeah, that's fine. Go to your object, show all, so you can bring this one back. This was the second changes we made. Now we can also change the data of our graph. For example, let's change this data. For doing so, we need to go to object, graph, and data. You don't see anything unless you have clicked on your chart. So now I need to change the 12, this one, to 27. Click on it, write 27, apply it. Yeah, that's how you can change. You can make changes in your graph of your infographic. So this is how graph tool works. In graph tool you have other types as well. You have bar graph, you have stacked column graph, stacked bar graph tool, line graph tool, area graph. You can go with whichever tool suits your project. Today we are going to look at the artboard tool. How can we use it? Let's come to our computer screen. This is your artboard tool and this is your artboard. When you're creating your project, first of all, you need to create an artboard. When you click on your new and you give them a size, for example, 1080 and 1080 pixels, create it. This is your artboard. This is the place where you do all your designings in here. How can we edit our artboard? For example, this artboard, I need to change this one to 1920 1080 pixels. For example, I have done designs, I have done tons of things. I don't want to copy this and paste it on other artboard. I need to change the settings of this current artboard. Go to your artboard tool, click on it. First of all, it will tell you that this is your artboard and this is the artboard 1. You don't have any other artboards. And in here they will give you the pixels of width and height. If you want to change it, you can change it from here, 1920 and 1080. Voila, this is my artboard changed to the pixels, I wanna update them. This is the first thing you can do. The second thing, you can move your artboard to whichever area you want. For example, let's scroll it out. This is the board. You can add or apply as many artboards as you want. For example, I'm gonna drag it here, and I wanna create another artboard, so we can create it by just click and drag. I can also transform the current artboard manually. For example, just come here, click and drag to this much. I think, yeah, it's enough. This another artboard I created. I can change or I can scale up and down whichever artboard I want. This is how you can edit your artboard. This is the first one and the second one. We can also add artboards. For example, I'm gonna change it back to 1080 and 1080. In your custom, you already have presets. For example, if you click on A4, you can have your A4 artboard. If you wanna make it portrait or landscape, you can change them from here. For example, I have a portrait A4 artboard and I wanna add another artboard. Just click on new artboard, then it will automatically add new artboards. We can also set the settings of spaces, how many spaces we want. For example, double click on your artboard, then it will give you the full options of your artboard. For example, name of artboard is artboard 9, this one. Perspective is A4, width and height, axis is portrait or landscape. So all the options are available in here. If you want to delete it, click on delete. The artboard will be deleted. We also have artboard panel. For example, go to your window. Here it is, artboard. This is my artboard panel. From here I can also add another artboard. We can also delete artboards. We can also move to other artboards. For example, this is the first one. The second one is gone because I changed the second one or the sixth one to second one, or we can add it to the last one, which is 6th. The next thing we can have or we can edit in our artboard is rearrange all the artboards. When we are clicking on new artboards, you guys have noticed that it was going on this perspective or this axis. If we click on the grade by column and OK, then it will change it to column. Let's go back and change it to rows. Here is the space section. If we decrease the space or increase the space from 20 to 50 pixels, be aware of these spaces we have. When I click on OK, so all the spaces will be changed from 20 to 50 pixels. Now if you come back to our artboards and click on this option, you can see you can create new artboard from here. You can duplicate artboard. We can also do what? Delete artboard. We can delete empty artboards. So all the artboards were empty, that's why it deleted all the artboards. And we can do what? We can go to artboard options, which was in here, double clicking on the artboard tool. And we can also go to our rearrange artboards, which was, so this was the artboard tool of the Illustrator. I hope you guys understood and learned something from it. Like the video, share it with your friends and subscribe the channel. Today we're gonna look at another tool, which is slice tool and slice selection tool. So let's jump to our computer screen. This is our slice tool. Slice tool shows that you can slice your shapes or designs to individual pieces. The question is, why do we need to do that? To know the basics first, we need to create a circle. Let's change its color to red, yeah. And let's go to artboard. I'm gonna set the artboard to the exact shape size we have. Right now, if I export it, Alt Control Shift S, export it in PNG, select your location, for example desktop, click on it, quick access. This is the shape we have. But by using the slice tool, we can save them in different pieces. For example, let's set the artboard or slice from here to the center of my design or shape. Let's do the same thing from here. There are 4 slices now. If I go and export them, Alt Shift Control S, these are the 4 slices now. Select the location, for example, save them first, desktop or maybe downloads. Save, go to window, go to downloads, then it will give you a folder of images. Click on them, you can see all of them are in separate pieces. This is the first piece, second piece, third piece, fourth piece, and the one which we have messed up in our slices. Mostly you guys won't have this kind of image because you have done your slices in a correct order. Why do we need slice tool? Mostly people use slice tool and web development or web designing sections. For example, if I have a design of a website, for example, I designed this website. I just took it from Google. Suppose we have designed this one, go to your artboard, set your artboard to the exact height and width of your layout. Now I want to have them in different pieces. For example, the first section, then the second one, the third one, now I have separated all the slices I created or I designed. The next step is exporting them. Before, I just went with this shortcut which is Control Shift Alt plus S. Alt Control Shift S in whichever order you're okay to say that. But manually it is in Files, go to Export, Save for Web Legacy. Click on it, then it will show you that these are the slices you have created. Go to Save, set the location, save, and it is saved. Now when you go to your download, these are the slices, we separate them with our slice tool. You can see all the slices are separated except these lines which again we have messed up in our slices. Mostly we weren't so precise. It was very rough, we can say that. That's why we have these images. Otherwise, we won't have them. And this is the last one. Then we have Slice Selection Tool. In Slice Selection Tool, you can just select and move the slices up and down to wherever section suits or is okay with your designs. Then you can export it and make it ready to your website. So this is how Slice Work Tool. I hope you guys understood. If you have understood, subscribe the channel first, then share the video.